Brunswick Commission Vice Chairman Michael Browning, from Glenn County, Ryan Moore, the President and CEO of the Brunswick Glenn County Development Authority. So if you lady and gentlemen would, if y'all would go toward the podium kind of in that order, would love to hear what you got to say, and thank you for hosting us.
Good afternoon and welcome to the College of Coastal Georgia, and thank you Representative England and Representative Powell for convening the House Rural Development Council here. We are honored to have all of you on our campus, and also we have a warm welcome to our University System of Georgia colleagues, Dr. Tristan Denley, Ashley Jones, and one of my favorite people here, newest friends, President of ABAC, David Bridges. So really happy to have this opportunity and a beautiful day for it, and I hope you have a great time. For many of you, this might be your first introduction to the college, so please allow me a minute or two to give you a proper introduction and maybe some of the many reasons we hope you'll carry forward a great pride for the College of Coastal Georgia. I want to go off script for a minute to say that I feel like part of family here. I grew up on a small family farm. To this day, one of my greatest achievements and moments was when I had the champion lamb at the Mississippi State Fair. That was like, it's hard to beat that. So I just appreciate the work you do and have been in rural communities a great deal of my life and know how important your work is. So at the College of Coastal Georgia, we were born in 1961 as a two-year college, but then we were born again as a four-year college nearly 10 years ago. And in the past 10 years, it's been really fast and furious, and it represents a very unique story, relatively unmatched in the country. Today we have over 43 bachelor's programs and 30 associate degree programs, and we serve over 3,500 students. So a lot of trivia that you can take with you and know about the college. I hope you have a chance to meet some of our students while you're here and talk to them. We have a really deep commitment to service learning here at the college. It's something that I've been really excited to learn more about what we do and the difference that makes for our students in terms of the practical experience, but also the connections and the partnerships we have with the community. Our students are really making a mark in this region, throughout the state, and beyond. This year, 9 of our graduates from the teacher education program were honored in Glenn and Camden counties alone as their school's Teachers of the Year. And in 2016, our Bachelor of Science in Nursing degree, that program was ranked number one out of 2,086 programs nationwide. Our students in the criminal justice program here benefit from instruction from staff at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, FLETC, that's just down the road. And tonight on our campus, we will celebrate the launch of our new Bachelor of Science program in Hospitality and Tourism Management. It is the first of its kind in the University System of Georgia. We're really proud of that, and the event that we have tonight is in partnership with Sea Island. They help support it, and of course that's one of the world's top resorts. Graduates of this program will have the opportunity to work in this region's and one of the nation's largest and most dynamic industries. The college has been recognized for our commitment and incredible affordability. We were recently ranked 9th among affordable small colleges. And our competitive athletic teams continue to make waves. Many of you know our repeated successes as national champions in men's golf. Our team just won its 3rd tournament of the season. So as a college, we are fortunate to have students from across the country and around the world, but the majority of our students come from right here in the state of Georgia. The very rural areas that this council is concerned with are places that many of our students call home. So your work in rural development is a great benefit, not just to the state, but to our very own students. So thank you for all you do to enrich the lives of families in Georgia's rural communities, and I hope you have an outstanding 2 days here, and that we extend the kind of hospitality that you expect. During your time here, I hope you feel warmly welcomed and you experience a bit of our Mariner spirit. So thank you for being here today.
Good afternoon. I'm Mayor Cornell Harvey, Mayor of the great city of Brunswick. I always say Brunswick and the Golden Isles because this is a great, great community to be a part of. And also, this is a little corner of the great state of Georgia. I'd like to welcome you. I'm pretty sure you will get all these welcomes from everybody here because we are just overjoyed that you have come to spend some time with us for your board. And also, Mr. Chairman, thank you so very much for being here. A little bit about Brunswick. I'm not going to say too much about it except for that it's great. We're happy that you're here, and we're doing some things here, too. Economically, we are bouncing back from the recession from 2008, and you will see a lot of things going on in our great community. We're glad for you being here on this college campus where we have so many students that are really getting involved with our local community as well. Again, we're happy that you're doing things for our rural communities. Small cities, they do have a voice, and I'm glad that you're taking the time to listen to what they have to say. As I take my seat, Mr. Ryan Moore will give you a little bit more about what's happening in Glenn County, in our community, and then you will see exactly how we are doing things here to try to make things better for all our citizens. Again, thank you for coming, and please enjoy your time that you're here and enjoy your conference.
Yeah, I'd like to thank both Chairman Powell and England for bringing this committee here to talk about a very important subject, and which I'd like to say a few words in a minute on. But first off, I want to welcome everyone to our wonderful county. It is Brunswick and Glenn County and the Golden Isles, and many of you that have been here before have probably heard that a time or two, and we are so proud for the diverse geography that we have here in Glenn County, very rural to real small metropolitan to island life. And so while you're here, I would encourage you to get out and enjoy the islands. We have fishing year-round, we have golfing year-round, we have eating year-round, and I know Atlanta has a varsity, and if you have not made it over to Willie's Winnie Wagon, which is right out through that wall, before since you've been here, you need to get to Willie's Winnie Wagon, or at least have another meeting next year here and get over to Willie's Winnie Wagon. It will bust your diet in a heartbeat, but it's good. But Dr. Johnston talked about this college when it was formed, started out a 2-year school, and I began my post-secondary, my college education right here. I was born and raised here, and after I came out of service, I started my education here. I wanted a college degree. And after close to 2 years, I didn't have a clue what I wanted to learn. I didn't. And I ended up, and I got into an apprenticeship program. A buddy of mine said, hey, the pipe fitters, if any of y'all have ever heard of pipe fitters, but said the pipe fitters are taking apprentices. Long story short, I got into it, and I was thinking that, if I get in, fine, but I won't be there long. I'm going to figure out what I want to do at school, and I'm going to get back out at BJC and get on with my college degree. I stayed in that, it was a 5-year apprenticeship program. I loved it. I learned to work with my hands. I had to use my brains. And I bring this up because I looked through your agenda and I saw the word apprenticeship. And I want you to know that it is, if we can get these kids that don't have an idea what they want to study in college into an apprenticeship program and learn to do something with their hands, whether it's a carpenter or HVAC or a plumber or electrician or doing folks' hair or whatever, we can really put some people to work and they'll earn a good living and this entire state will be better off for it. And I did that, and later on when I had a little bit of time, I went back and finished my college degree, and with both those, I think I'm a better person and I understand about education, and if we can get make education available to everybody in the state of Georgia, apprenticeships, college degrees, get out to the rural areas, I have to applaud the state of Georgia for, wanting to do that and get this state going even better than what it's going. So I thank you for all you're doing, and welcome. You are welcome to come back anytime. Thank you all.
Good afternoon. I'm Ryan Moore. I'm the president and CEO of the Brunswick Glenn County EDA. I want to welcome you to the Golden Isles as well. Thank you, Mayor Harvey, Commissioner Browning. Appreciate your remarks and everyone being here today. Thank you for whoever brought the weather. We really appreciate that. And at the same time, we want to keep in our thoughts and prayers those in the middle and southwest of our state that haven't fared so well. So I was asked today to speak a little bit about Brunswick Glenn County, but then also just generally about some trends that are occurring in economic development and some things that I've seen around the state. And I'll preface that by saying I've been in my current role in Glenn County for less than 2 months. So I'm fairly new to the community, fairly new to this job. But a lot of what I'll talk about today is common in other parts of the state. I've worked in the Northeast, I've worked on the coast, I've worked in Tier 1 communities and in Tier 4 communities. And a lot of what I hear is common throughout the state. So again, for those of you that have vacationed down in Glenn County in the Golden Isles, there's a lot to do here. It's a beautiful place. And by all accounts, we are doing really well. We're ahead of schedule on our SPLOST collections. Home building is back. Tourism is back. As a matter of fact, we collected $1 million, more than $1 million, in hotel motel tax revenue in the month of July. The best we've ever done. Our downtown, if you've not been, you need to go to downtown Brunswick. Our downtown is one of the most interesting, diverse downtowns in the state of Georgia. We have makers, we have professionals, we have service industry folks. There are some really interesting businesses in downtown Brunswick, and I encourage everyone, as you make your way to the Golden Isles for vacation, make sure to make a trip through downtown Brunswick. It's absolutely, it's beautiful. The Port of Brunswick doubled its capacity in 2017, and it continues to make improvements. I see some port representatives in the room. Continues to make improvements on its way to being the busiest auto port in the nation. So we have interstate, rail lines, a port, and commercial air service. By all accounts, I work in the best place to do economic development in the state of Georgia. I'm very happy to be here, and I'm excited about our future prospects. Having said that, there's another story. The recession hit Brunswick very hard. Traveling around the state, you don't hear the word recession used, I don't think, as often as you do right here in Brunswick, Glenn County. This MSA has never really recovered from the Great Recession. Our economy relies heavily on tourism and home building, and those two things are so inextricably connected that they seem to exacerbate each other. So we see higher highs and lower lows than most. The graph that you're looking at is a graph of GDP for the state of Georgia, the nation, and Brunswick, and Brunswick is the green line. And you'll see that we have not yet gotten back to pre-recession levels of GDP. So we're still lagging and we're still working in the right direction. Another example of this effect, if you'll see, 2009 was kind of the peak and then it fell off a cliff. This is our net tax digest in Glenn County. We are still not back to pre-recession levels as far as our tax digest goes in the county of Glenn. Since 2013, we've been making good headway in a steady climb, but it doesn't come back nearly as fast as it falls off. So as I mentioned, I've only been here a few months, but we face a lot of the same challenges as our more rural constituents around the state of Georgia. And we're still coming back from a recession that devastated our community. But what I thought I'd spend some time speaking on today is more of some common issues that I've seen as I move around the state, having worked in Athens, having worked on the coast in the past, some things that we might do a little better. And the first thing that I want to bring up is the issue of incentivizing smaller deals. And when I say smaller, I'm talking about investments between $1 and $5 million. I think we do a good job of investing in startup companies, small companies, with all of the programs around small businesses. And we do a great job You don't get to be the #1 state in the nation for doing business 5 years in a row without doing a great job of attracting large industry. And I appreciate everyone on this panel's support for that and the legislative support to make us the best state in the nation. But when it comes to our bonding law, everybody knows how this works. To offer any type of tax abatement incentive in the state of Georgia, you generally work through a development authority, you issue bonds for title, and by way of those bond for titles and the necessary agreements, you can save some folks money on their tax bill, ad valorem tax bill. So just an example of this to walk through how the numbers work. If a company invests $10 million, over a 10-year period in Glenn County, they would pay roughly $1.4 million of taxes. Now, in this scenario, the development authority might wish to incentivize some of their taxation, and let's just assume that they, over that 10-year period, will save this company 50% on their bill. So the net result is the company pays $700,000 of taxes. They've saved $700,000 of taxes, and they'll pay an attorney approximately $80,000 to generate the bond documents and to make the bond through validation. Everybody's happy. The company saves some taxation. The county gets to cut a ribbon and announce a $10 million investment, and the bond attorney gets some work. Now, what happens when that's a $1 million investment? So 1/10 of the investment, still a very large amount by most of our standards, by my standards for sure. $1 million is a lot of money. Running through that same scenario, that company would owe Glenn County $140,000 over 10 years. And let's say we came up with a scenario by which we would save them 50% of that bill. Their savings would be $70,000, but they'd still be looking at a bill of $80,000 to pay the attorney to take it through the process. This is why you never see bond issuances and tax abatement plans for deals that are less than $5 million. It really does not make sense to save somebody money unless they're spending $5 million in the state of Georgia. So there's this hole. We do a great job of incentivizing small businesses, less than $1 million, and we do a great job of incentivizing large businesses, but it's very difficult for a local community that might not have any other way to help a business than tax abatement. If they're spending less than $5 million, it's very difficult to do this. So unfortunately, even though we all know small business is the backbone of America, and a lot of people are making smaller investments along the way, we treat them differently. 10 $1 million investments is not the same as one $10 million investment in the state of Georgia, and it disincentivizes that smaller investment. I had a friend in Athens, Georgia, that opened up a secondary facility in South Carolina. And obviously nobody wants to talk about South Carolina in this room, but we like to be as aggressive as we can be when it comes to competing with South Carolina. And this particular friend opened up a business, and he said, hey, when I went to South Carolina, the tax abatement process was basically a one-page application and the cost of my business license. He said we didn't have to go through a lengthy process. We didn't have to issue bonds. It was very simple. I didn't know whether or not that was exactly accurate, but in fact it is. This is the application for tax abatement in Greenville, South Carolina. And the fees associated with that are very small. So I'm not suggesting that we rewrite bond law in the state of Georgia. I think it works very well and it gives communities a lot of flexibility. But what I am suggesting is that we, as smaller communities, need some way to incentivize these smaller investments of $1 to $5 million. Second policy issue I'd like to bring up, and I know you've probably talked about the tier system quite a bit in your travels, but I wanted to give a very concrete example of how this creates a false economy from time to time. The facility that you see on the board, and unfortunately one of the lines is not showing up. The facility that you're looking at is the Caterpillar facility that straddles the county line in Athens, Georgia. A portion of that facility is in Oconee County, which is a Tier 4 community, and a portion of that building is in Athens-Clarke County, which is a Tier 1 community. And if you look at this facility at the northeastern side, that yellow dot that you see on the map is the front door, technically, to Caterpillar. It's where the address for Caterpillar is listed, but it never gets used. The actual employee entrance, the visitor entrance, everybody comes and goes through the door that you see in the middle of the facility toward the bottom. Now you might ask, why in the world would you have a separate entrance on an end of your facility that is really for receiving purposes? Uh-oh. Well, I guess I'm just going to have to tell you. So I apologize. I'm missing a couple of slides here. The reason for that is Caterpillar made a decision to put their front door for addressing purposes in Clark County. And the net result of that, and I don't have the math to go through, it's not a part of my presentation for some reason or another, is that decision, moving the door to Clark County into a Tier 1 community, saved Caterpillar $20 million. That was a $20 million difference in job tax credits. Caterpillar created 1,500 jobs. A Tier 1 community gets $4,000 per job for 5 years for tax credits. Tier 4 community gets $1,250 for 5 years. It's a significant difference, significant enough that Caterpillar shifted their building and put their door in Clark County. Kind of an interesting outcome. And we completely understood, and I've been on both sides of this. I've worked in Tier 1 and Tier 4 communities. Certainly, if it is a site selection decision and it comes down to do we want to be in a Tier 1 community or a Tier 4 community, we want to give every advantage to the Tier 4 community. But what happens when that decision becomes, do we want to be in a Tier 4 community or do we want to be in South Carolina? All of a sudden, that community is put into a $20 million potentially disadvantage in competing with the state of South Carolina. And I think we all have our issues, but we would all want that business in the state of Georgia versus the state of South Carolina. So I don't know exactly where the other half of my presentation is, but I'm going to go through it anyway. So this is the point where I'm going to use a dirty word in here. I'm going to use the word millennials. Anybody in here tired of hearing about the millennial generation? I know I am. I'm certainly tired of it. And when I say that, you're supposed to think of a 20-year-old individual that has graduated college, lives in their parents' basement, plays video games all day, and can't balance a checkbook, right? That's what we're supposed to think of. But here's the thing. By a lot of definitions, most definitions, I'm a millennial. I'm 37 years old. I have 4 kids and a mortgage. And the fact of the matter is most millennials are now looking a lot more like me than they are that 20-year-old in their mom's basement. Other states have figured this out and are actually incentivizing individuals to move to their state. The state of Vermont will pay you $10,000 if you are a working professional that can work from home. They'll pay you $20,000 to move to the state of Vermont. I think this is a huge opportunity for rural Georgia. The graphs that you see are the population growth rates for major cities around the nation. There are a lot listed there, but on average, they're losing about 3 or 4% of population in cities around the nation. Chicago actually had negative growth rates a couple of years back. In my travels, when I've talked to these individuals, people that look like me, people that are younger than me, never once have I ever heard one of them say, I cannot wait to have kids and raise my family in downtown Atlanta. And I apologize to anybody in the room that's from the city of Atlanta. Atlanta's a great place. But when these millennials grow up and have families, they're generally looking for the same thing that everybody in the room was looking for. They want to own a house. They want to be outside of the urban environment. They don't want to be in a high rise. And this is the opportunity for rural Georgia. If we can invest in these folks and get them to move back to the small towns that they came from, we'll all be a lot better off than them moving to some other state perhaps. The Brookings Institute was the original think tank that came up with this idea that millennials are weird and they don't want to own things. They want to live in a 400 square foot apartment in a high rise in downtown and walk everywhere and drink coffee all day. But even they have come back now and are saying, we got this wrong. That wasn't actually the case. They're not that much different than the rest of us. They were just brought up in a terrible job market, and the only opportunity that they had was to move to a big city. And the only way that they could afford an apartment with the $60,000 in debt that they have from college is to live in a small space. Now that they're aging out of that, they have a little bit of disposable income, and they're thinking about starting families. There's a net migration out of the city into the exurbs and the suburbs, and I think that's a huge opportunity for rural Georgia. And as I mentioned, other states have already figured this out and are now paying people to move to their town. And when you think about incentives, generally we incentivize business. Business is looking for talent. If there's any way to get ahead of that, maybe it's time we start investing in talent instead of businesses. Speaking of talent, as you move around the state, and I'm sure you've heard it, it's a similar story everywhere you go. Companies cannot find what they need. The students and the young people that we have in our communities don't have the soft skills. They don't have the requisite skills to show up and start work on day one. And we've got some great programming around how to attack this. And I think that's a common problem. I hear that everywhere I go, but the flip side of that, the interesting piece, is we've got 167,000 individuals between the age of 16 and 24 in the state of Georgia that are neither going to school nor employed. This is a huge opportunity. When you start to attempt to figure out a way to help these individuals out, you say, well, how can we get to a 22-year-old with no high school education, no job, and a very limited skill set? How do we empower that person to move on to the next level and to find a meaningful career? Well, you start backing up and you realize that the first thing you've got to do is have a high school education. Well, how do we get them to graduate high school? Economically disadvantaged individuals in the state of Georgia have a 5% less chance of graduating. So that's flag number one. When you come from a poor family, your prospects for graduation are not as great as the rest of the community. You back that up a little further and you realize that high school graduation rates are dependent on, high school graduation rates are dependent on 8th grade math skills and 4th grade reading level. And when you start looking at that, there's a 20 to 30% disparity between the average and economically disadvantaged individuals. So you back that up, so now you've taken this 22-year-old and you're having to start when he's in the 3rd and 4th grade, preparing him for a meaningful career. But then you can back that up even further, and you see that prior to kindergarten, someone from a poor family will have a much smaller vocabulary and will have heard 30 million words less by the time they enter kindergarten. My suggestion is if we're going to empower these 20-year-olds to have the skills that they need and expect them to go to work, we've got to start investing in our 2-year-olds. Early childhood education is vitally important, and I saw this firsthand. I had a lady that worked with me, her name's Amy Stone, and she went to Oglethorpe County, and her first mission, she thought, well, everybody has a career academy. We need a career academy. So she went down that route. In the planning process for that career academy, their one and only quality child care provider in the community closed down. And all of a sudden, there were 30 families that didn't have a solution for child care. That can be devastating to a community. And that's not even thinking about the others in the community that don't have access as it is. So I think the workforce development puzzle actually begins much earlier than we would have guessed. I think we've got to start at birth. I think that we need to do something about quality child care. And I'll even go so far as to suggest where it might start. Right here in the census tract that we sit, the teenage birth rate is 37%. In the census tract next door, it's over 50%. 60% of young single mothers will remain in poverty for their life. The children that are born to single, impoverished mothers only have a 50% chance of getting out of poverty. This is our opportunity to affect 2 generations. If we can figure out a way to assist these young mothers, perhaps we can change their life and perhaps we can change their children's lives as well. As a father, I think about the prospects of living in a community, and it was as statistically significant as a coin flip as to whether my daughter would make it to adulthood without having a child. That's daunting. I can't imagine living in that environment. You take that a little bit further, and you see that it's another coin flip on whether that child will ever make it out of poverty. I think it's something that warrants some discussion, and I think it's a great opportunity to really do something about multiple generations and end the cycle for poverty. These are our brothers and sisters. These are our children. This is our community, and it's time we do something about it. So again, thank you for being in Brunswick, Glenn County. Appreciate all of your efforts, and thanks for all that you do. Yes, sir.
In your explanation or discussion about the bond and the $1 million versus 10 million, if you don't do a bond, you can still do the tax abatement if you do a lease through the authority, if you've got bank financing. So you can avoid some of those downsides as far as the attorney's fees. The other thing that amongst the development community, if y'all would discuss, I have talked with a bond lawyer who talked about perhaps tweaking the law a little bit to allow a master bond to be validated and then have sub-projects off of that master bond so that you would only have the attorney's fees for the initial validation and then whatever incremental you had as far as the projects that were issued underneath that. So it would not hurt to have a discussion amongst the development community if that's a practical alternative to what we've got.
I think that's a great idea, and if we can get over the legal hurdle, that would certainly give us some more opportunity.
Okay. Questions? Okay, thank you. Or did you have one, Ron?
No,
I'm
I've got
sorry. I just thought you were waving.
No, I was waving too. Seeing Woody Woodside here, just curious, and your example of the Caterpillar comes to mind. Would it make sense on these projects of regional significance like that one was in such a massive amount that we lean on the regional development centers to make that decision for the highest tier, most favorable tier for those projects instead of having to decide where your front door is going to be?
I think that's a great suggestion, and the regional model has been discussed. I just don't know that legislation has ever come forward, but, I'm sorry?
It's coming.
Great.
One of the things we've discussed this year, and we'll probably see some legislation, is to encourage the multi-county authorities that will sort of follow the Baxter Pharmaceutical model as owning a tract of land together and then sharing the tax revenue off of that land no matter which county it's located in. And then as an additional incentive to follow that model is to allow them to use the lowest tier of any of the counties that are the member of the authority, no matter where the project's located.
I think that's a great opportunity, and in the case of the Caterpillar project, it's all the same workforce. I mean, it literally, to somebody working in that plant, makes no difference. So for a regional approach, that would be great.
Dominic?
Well, thank you for your presentation. I noticed on one of your graphs, the GDP for this area really took a upward turn in 2016. I remember something big kind of happening in 2016. I believe that's the year my buddy Don Hogan was elected to represent this area down here.
I don't think that was a question.
Comment, I'm sorry.
Any other questions? Want to welcome Penny. She made a wrong turn. I think Sam was following her, and that's why he's late. But want to welcome everybody that came in after we started. Thank you very much.
Thank y'all.
If y'all will notice, Jay sat here and didn't have anything to say until somebody brought up that a lawyer was getting paid, and it was putting folks in a backwards position, and he felt the necessary need to make his case. But anyway, moving on to our next presentation, which really dovetails well into some of the things that Ryan just said, is Dr. Eric Thomas. He's Chief Turnaround Officer for the Georgia Department of Education, and those of us that are members, we frequently see emails from Dr. Thomas. I'm not sure he stays in Atlanta a whole lot. It appears that he's out in the state working in schools, which is exactly what we wanted him to do. But I was joking beforehand. I said my computer screen at the house has got how a screen, if it gets left on over time, it'll kind of get a permanent imprint of whatever it was, and it's a heading of an email from Dr. Thomas, because there's so many of those that come through there, but that's quite all right. But Dr. Thomas, thank you for being with us this afternoon, and look forward to hearing what you got to say.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and we were encouraged to make sure that we communicate. So those emails are about communicating. For those of you who have not had the pleasure of meeting, my name is Eric Thomas. I am the Chief Turnaround Officer for the state of Georgia. Really excited to be here this afternoon. My colleague, William Screws, is going to assist me. He is the day-to-day person who is sort of overseeing this character education and positive school culture work that the Rural Development Council has charged us to be a part of, so we look forward to that. We're going to share some information, but more importantly, we really want to turn this into a little bit of a conversation. So at any point in time, as we sort of walk through a couple slides, if there's a question, if there's a comment, we'll keep some time at the end for those questions and comments as well. But if there's just something that's absolutely burning and there's something that you need for us to clarify, I'd really just encourage you to sort of give us a nod, and we'll make sure that we do that as well. I'm going to share, and I'm just going to step away just a little bit. I'm going to share this screen here. And what this screen or this graphic does, it's a graphic that we highlight a lot because we're a firm believer in the old adage, and most of us have heard it before, this idea of insanity. If you keep doing the same thing and expect different results, someone suggests that's insanity. Edward Deming sort of says it's slightly different. For those of you who have not had an opportunity, I spent the past 6 years at the University of Virginia. And at UVA, there was a partnership between the Darden Business School and the Curry School of Education. So for the past 6 years, I spent a lot of time sort of thinking from a little bit more of an organizational effectiveness lens. And Deming always highlights this idea of whatever results that you're getting presently, that your organization is perfectly designed to get those results. So if you think about that for a second, whatever results that you're getting, your organization, your school, your district, your company, your association, whatever it is, it's perfectly designed to get those results. Now, if you like those results, then you keep doing what you're doing. If you're not excited about the results that you're getting, then you actually have to do something different. It always starts off on the far left with background factors. And those are some factors that sometimes you don't control. You don't control the recession that came about 10 years ago. You don't necessarily control, again, in a school setting, the students that walk into the school building. You don't necessarily control the number of kids in a household. You don't necessarily control many of those background factors. What you do control are all the other pieces. You control the purpose. You control the decisions that are made in regards to how that organization functions. And quite honestly, you control the culture of that organization. And Deming argues that all of those things determine your results. If you appreciate the results that you have now, keep doing the same work. If you want a different set of results, then you need to do something different. The work that we're doing in the Chief Turnaround Office is different. In fact, there's this concept called a sweet spot. If anyone's familiar with baseball, there's a certain place on the bat that if you hit it just right on the sweet spot, that's how you generate all the power. If you think about tennis, there's a place on the racket that if you hit it directly on that sweet spot, that's where you generate all the power. 18 months ago, here in Georgia, there was this conversation called the Opportunity School District. And obviously, we could spend hours upon hours debating about whether that was a good strategy, bad strategy. We could have that conversation. What the Opportunity School District promoted was to sort of take over schools. That was a strategy. The first time that I met Governor Deal and we talked about the Opportunity School District, what I shared with him was I was so impressed with him. And I was impressed with him because he led the charge to do something. If you think about being a parent and your 12-year-old is on the other side of the country and your 12-year-old is in trouble, emergency situation, your 12-year-old is failing, his or her life is on the line. We could debate about what we would do to go and save our child, but what we would not debate is that we would do something. The Opportunity School District was a strategy. Again, I don't get into the conversation whether it was good strategy, bad strategy, but it was an effort to do something about the 50,000 students who reside in the lowest 5% of the schools in the state. It was an opportunity, a strategy to do something. Some would argue that prior to the Opportunity School District, that at the state level, it was a little bit more of a laissez-faire approach, a little more hands-off. Schools were struggling year after year, decade after decade. The work that we're doing is somewhere in between. We're promoting this concept of a partnership. It's a partnership with schools, with the district, with the community, and with our office. Because we truly believe that to transform any organization, the individuals that you want to change, they've got to be at the table. They've got to be a part of that conversation. And maybe much of the work, and I'm not sure if you can see this screen very well, but much of the work is anchored on a model that's been identified as the most successful school turnaround model in the country. The University of Virginia School Turnaround Model was identified by the RAND Corporation this past a year ago, December of 2017, as the most evidence-based, the most successful turnaround program in the United States for traditional schools. I am proud to say that I spent 6 years designing the model. What that simply means is we've got a body of evidence working with schools, working with districts across the country, large districts, medium-sized districts, and small rural districts across the country that have seen incredible success, and there's a strategy to do that. In regards to the academic side, there's 4 levers that drive all of our work. We think leadership is at the top of that strategy. We talk about talent management, and there's a lot of conversation. How do we promote talent in rural Georgia? We talk about the instructional infrastructure, and for any of us educators, that's the teaching and learning components, the curriculum, instructional delivery, pedagogy, formative assessments, intervention, all the academic pieces. And then we talk about what we call as support and accountability, and it's the relationship between schools and districts. How does a district support a school? One of the things that House Bill 338, in my mind, did not highlight enough is that you cannot turn around a struggling school in a dysfunctional school district. There has to be, you have to address the challenges in the district so that the school has an opportunity, has an environment to turn itself around, to be successful. We also talk about the non-academic needs. In all of our schools, we've identified, based on what the data says in that county, what are the challenges outside of the classroom that kids are walking into. And these are the 7 barriers that we're actually screening kids for so that we can promote and support them in those particular areas so that little Johnny, who did not eat last night, and we're not expecting little Johnny to be a fantastic math student unless we provide some sort of support around nutrition. We honor the fact that there's 12% of the students in many of our districts who have challenges with asthma, and they're missing days upon days of school, which then ultimately negatively impacts their educational outcomes. So those non-academic factors are just as important as those academic factors. Our theory of action is highlighted really by 3 areas: this idea of partnerships, the academic side, the non-academic side. And because this work is really, really complicated, exceptionally complicated, we appreciate that this work has to be comprehensive. We appreciate that this work has to be connected or coordinated. And we appreciate that this work has to have those connections in a manner that people understand the connections. We call that coherence. In regards to purpose, at the end of the day, why do we do our work? In regard to the work that we're doing with the Rural Development Council and our rationale for being here today, what's our purpose? What are we trying to achieve? I believe we just heard that there is an incredible shortage of highly effective and skilled labor. There's a body of research that speaks about in the next 5 years, there will be, and this is throughout the country, in the next 5 years, there will be a 5 to 10 million employability gap. I've got 5 million jobs, and I don't have 5 million individuals to take on those jobs. So we've got to close that gap. Here's another way of looking at it. The research here questions, will there be enough qualified workers to meet the demand? Based on what business leaders are saying, they have major concerns, huge concerns. that they're not going to be able to fill that gap. This is how we get into this conversation of what do we need to do in K-12 education, particularly in rural parts of the state, to help fill that gap. What we're hearing is that many of the individuals may have technical skills, and employers are actually willing to ensure that they get the technical skills. But the students are not walking into a job interview, they're not walking into a training session with those soft skills. They don't know how to work within a team structure. They don't know how to communicate effectively. They don't know how to problem solve. They don't know how to promote a positive environment with their colleagues. Again, sometimes we call those soft skills or communication skills. Many of you may be familiar with this quote, and it goes back to the concept of talent management, and it goes back to the concept of how do we fill the gap? If we've got these many opportunities to hire individuals, but we don't have enough employees, then what do we need to do in K-12? What do we need to do from P to 16 to actually address that? That's the purpose of the work. That's why we're here. I'm going to ask William, who provides the day-to-day leadership of working with about 10 schools in implementing and executing some character education, soft skills programming, climate and culture programming, with the goal that we are producing students as they graduate, that they're actually ready and they have those soft skills to go into the job market. William?
Good afternoon. And I will be talking about the Chief Turnaround Office Character Education Initiative. And pretty much we have titled today, Character Education Programming as an Economic Investment for Rural Georgia. Well, over the summer, all of our rural school partners were given the opportunity to choose from 4 character education programs. So let's go back. Oh, you get to go back. Okay. Those 4 character education programs were Voyage, Leader in Me, and 7 Mindset, and Youth Leadership in Action. And they had the opportunity to pick one of these programs, and CTO would cover 100% of the cost. So at no cost to them, we would pay for it. Only thing they had to decide which program best suited their school. This keep popping up. Okay, and out of those 4 programs, 2 were chosen, Voyage and 7 Mindsets. The programs that the school district that chose Voyage were Dougherty County, Clay, and Terrell County. The 2 counties that chose 7 Mindset were Dooley County and Randolph County. Under these programs, nearly 4,000 students are currently being served. With the Voyage program, character education for all students, professional development for all staff. The intent is cohesive messaging throughout the school about behavior expectations. The lessons are taught weekly for at least 20 minutes, and they develop 16 character traits or attributes. Here are the 16 character traits that Voyage seeks to develop. Okay. Voyage. With Voyage, they provide professional development for all staff to try to ensure alignment school-wide. Okay. Now we have the 7 Mindsets program. These lessons are taught weekly between 30 and 60 minutes in a normal classroom setting Another intent thing that Voice tried to provide is a common language and framework throughout the school for behavior expectations also. The 7 mindsets are: everything is possible, dream big, expect results. 2, passion first, pursue your talents and deepest interests. 3, we are connected, the power of relationships. 4, 100% accountable, be responsible for your own happiness and success. 5, attitude of gratitude, be positive and thankful for your experiences. 6, live to give, serve others while maximizing your potential. 7, the time is now. Take hold of the moment. Take purposeful action in what you do. And what we hope that comes out of these programs and the impact they will have, we are hoping that these programs will impact each school's CCRPI by decreasing the number of inappropriate behaviors and increasing student self-confidence. Star climate rating. Hopefully we'll get an impact in that area. As all of you know, each year, each school get a star climate rating from 1 to 5 stars. The goal of CTO is to get each one of our schools, by the end of the year, another star. So if you are a 1-star school, hopefully by the end of this school year, you'll be a 2-star. If you was a 2-star school, hopefully you'll be a 3-star by the end of the school year, and so forth. Another thing we want the character education programs to do, to impact the PBIS status. All of our schools are PBIS schools. That's positive behavior, intervention, and support. And positive behavior, intervention, and support seek to reward and encourage good behavior. The focus is on prevention, not punishment. Currently, all of our schools fit into one of these categories. We have schools installing, emerging, and operational. Currently, we do not have any schools that are distinguished. So, if the character education programs can impact the CCRPI, the STAR climate rating, the PBIS status, hopefully that will give us a productive learning environment. And, in turn, increase staff retention. Hopefully, if people are happy with where they are working, they will choose to stay. A funny thing, I guess, happened this morning. I guess everything happened for a reason. I was having breakfast with Representative Nix and one of the state school board members, and we were just talking like most older people do about when we grew up. You know, how things were, how things are now, these kids today. And, you know, they're business owners and know people in business, and we were just talking, nothing to do with the presentation, just talking. And what kept coming up in the conversation about what they need and what business people know, the business people they know needed, none of this came up. The technical stuff, they was about work ethics, the soft skills. You know, being a team player, getting people to work together, getting people not to argue with each other on the job. You know, finding a solution, coming together. Because they say, if they have this, we can teach them this. So I thought that was right in line with what I was going to be talking about today, so that worked out well. Character education is one of the main ingredients of a highly skilled workforce. The benefits of improving performance through character in the workplace. A positive workplace culture increases employee engagement, resulting in better attendance, increased productivity, higher employee satisfaction, and stronger company loyalty. Among companies that reported high employee engagement, 18% reported higher productivity, 37% reported higher job growth, 65% reported higher share prices. Replication. One of the things that we would like to do in the Chief Turnaround Office is to have our non-partner schools adopt a character education program. Let's take Clay Middle School for example, in Clay County. We are partners with Clay Middle School, but not with the elementary school. We have the Voyage program in Clay Middle School. We would like for the elementary school to adopt it so we can get that K through 12 alignment in Clay, Randolph, and Terrell counties. With our partner schools, we pay 100% of the cost, but we have offered for the other schools to pay 85% of the cost if they would participate, because we think it's a worthwhile venture for them to do that. Okay, challenges and solutions. One of the challenges that we have seen is scheduling. Our solution, the time must be built into the master schedule. This cannot be something as we do it when we have time. You know, we don't have time today, we're gonna do it the next day. It is important. These soft skills are needed just like math and science or any other subject. Changing staff mindset, behavior has to be taught. Administrators must fully embrace the concept that behavior must be taught. Just like math and science, behavior has to be taught. We must teach the behavior that we expect out of our students. If not, some of them not gonna get it. Students demonstrating what has been taught. Staff will need to model, reteach expected behaviors from lessons. If we as educators want students to be respectful, we have to be respectful. If we as educators would like for students not to yell and scream in the hallways and in the classrooms, that's what we must model as educators. We can't yell and scream in the hallways in the classroom. I'll take them.
As we close, we were asked what was needed. And what you're seeing on the graphic here are 4 pieces that we constantly speak about. We truly believe for this work to move forward, we've got to prioritize it. We've got to have a mindset that failure is not an option. We've got to try to bring all different entities and support structures together so it's aligned and cohesive. And there has to be an adequate investment. Again, if you think about change and the process of change, there has to be a level of urgency around change. There also has to be an appreciation, again, if you're not happy with the results that you're getting now, you actually have to do something a little bit different. It goes back to what Deming always takes us back to. If we're wanting certain results, we have to take a look at what we're doing to get those results. If we're happy with the results we're getting, we can keep doing whatever we've been doing. If we're not happy with those results, we actually have to make some different decisions. We have to create a different culture. We have to establish a different purpose. In regards to what do we believe really needs to take place? Number one, we have an opportunity in which we're going to ask the members from the Rural Development Council to, between now and December the 1st, there's 4 small rural districts that we work with, Dooley, Terrell, Clay, and Randolph. We would love for someone from the Rural Development Council team to accompany us to each of those 4 districts. We truly believe that the district superintendent, the school board, and the community has to actually see, and even if it's just symbolic, that we're all in this work together. So that's one thing that we're going to ask the members of the Rural Development Council to consider. Item number 2, we were encouraged to not spend conversation talking about funding. I'm going to deviate from that just a little bit. There's conversation from some of our gubernatorial candidates about talent management, teacher talent management. What number 2 simply suggests is that no matter who the new governor is, that if there becomes conversation around teacher compensation, if there becomes conversation about raises, if there becomes conversation about stipends, if there becomes any conversation around supporting the talent management aspect of K-12 education, that we prioritize schools that have been identified in the lowest 5%, and schools that are in rural communities. I can't imagine a school that needs it more than schools in rural Georgia. Just can't imagine it. That's number 2. Number 3, we're working toward creating a structure in which all of the various partners and organizations that we work with, we're going to try to pull them together several times during the year. We're thinking quarterly. And we're simply going to ask that the Rural Development Council provides a representative to be a part of that team, to be a part of that conversation, so that we're constantly speaking to each other, so that we're constantly having some alignment in what our dialogue is, so that we're not having this conversation with this group, a different conversation with this group. There's some alignment and cohesiveness to the conversation and to the work. And number 4, we have a concept called CEO Friends. And what CEO Friends is for all of our principals, we work with 19 schools. We've identified or attempted to identify a CEO friend, and I use the word friend, for each of the principals. We truly believe that principals will benefit from an individual as their friend. We're not asking them to be their coach. We're not asking them to be their mentor per se. We simply believe that when you come up on the K-12 side of education, our principals really are strong with curriculum, instruction, and all the K-12 teaching and learning pieces. What we've attempted to help schools and school districts understand is that they're actually leading an organization. If you're the principal of a school, that's a mini organization. How do you build morale? How do you create structures about teamwork? How do you look at your resources and align those resources to your needs? How do you deal with the talent management conversation? How do you performance manage and recognize that some people are moving the dial and some people are not? Unfortunately, in many of our colleges of education, to get an administrative certificate, you don't get much of that. How do you lead change in a strategic manner? Those are pieces and content that many of our principals simply did not get as they came up on the K-12 ladder. We believe if you're the leader of an organization, a nonprofit, a company, we believe if you partner with one of our principals, you have something to offer. Again, we're not asking those individuals to be coaches per se or mentors. We simply want them to be a friend. So those are the 4 things. And again, I apologize for number 2. We were given very clear directions about not talking about funding. I don't follow directions very well most days. But I thought that number 2 piece really needed to be added in. We would absolutely love to entertain any questions or any clarifications.
Thank you for your presentation. A lot of good information to dwell on. One of the things that I noted, though, in your presentation, particularly as it related to school climate or character education, I did not pick up on anything that had to do with addiction or drugs.
In regards to, if you go back to actually the screen that talks about the non-academic barriers, when we start talking about mental health, that's where we would probably put the mental health piece in, recognizing that many of the schools that we presently work in are actually elementary and middle schools. That's not to suggest that, we don't necessarily have drug or addiction issues in lower grades.
We do, and unfortunately, it's becoming in our younger and younger children. And statistics show us that if you can keep a child from turning to addictive behavior until they're 21, the likelihood of them turning to addictive behavior after that is extremely low. So my point is, as we look at the broader picture, is there room within the curriculum to focus more on things that deal with helping these young people that are in, frankly, dysfunctional families, that have a lot of negative things going on in their background, that regardless of their intelligence or their abilities, they have these negative things that are going on in their backgrounds. And if we can't, and it seems logical to me that the public education system is one of the places that we have the best opportunity. I guess what I'm saying is about the time frame, and there's various programs and structures that could be put in place, but do we have time with, I mean, one of the things I hear from teachers is, well, we don't have time to deal with all of the things that we already have to deal with. We can't teach this, we can't teach that, and you just keep putting more and more. But it's so critical within the school climate, particularly as it deals with the things that we're trying to accomplish here. And not only that, within our school safety climate, being able to have that rapport with our teachers and our students to have those conversations to deal with the mental health issues that seem to beset so many of our young people.
Absolutely. No, I think that's a very valid point. It's something that we can definitely figure out how to incorporate it. I think at a big picture level, we think it's incorporated into the mental health and behavioral health piece, but it may not be as explicit, and we may need to pull that out and make that a little bit more explicit. What I will share is the 7 barriers that we identified, those were very much data-driven barriers. So we actually looked at the county data for the 4 counties, particularly in the rural districts, to identify what were their major deficits or major challenges. So the 7 barriers, you know, we didn't just come up with those.
Right,
I mean, those
right.
were barriers that the data led us to. But I think the drug addiction piece, again, I think there's very few families today that are probably not experiencing that in some manner. So I think that's very valid.
And some of those conversations should come out during some of the character education lessons. Talking to some of the teachers and administrators, they really have some heartfelt, in-tears conversation about drugs, about families, about different issues. And sometimes when they run into those issues, they make a referral to the school guidance counselor to take a deeper look. If it's a deeper family issue that need to be taken a look at.
Right. Right. It just seems that it's a message that has to be communicated, and it has to be communicated earlier and earlier. You would think you would get it in the home environment because there are so many dysfunctional situations that go on and so many different things that our children are exposed to that you wouldn't think they should have to deal with. But it's a message that needs to be communicated on multiple levels. But I think within the school system we have a prime opportunity to engage them and do that. But as I said, it's one more thing on top of the litany of things that need to be taking place.
Totally fair.
That's why we hoping, like the middle school we're working with, we hoping the elementary school will also adopt the character education program so we can attack it while it's in the kindergarten and first grade level. So we can maybe root out some of those problems before they get to 5th and 6th grade.
But great point.
Thank you.
Great point.
I have one or two. On the character education, the 2 that you showed, what criteria did y'all use to select those 2? I mean, I understand there are several others that are out there.
Ultimately, what we did was the 4 that sort of we highlighted, we actually worked with those 4 organizations and had them communicate directly with the school district, so that it wasn't so much us deciding which program. We really wanted the school and the school district to sort of make that call themselves. What we did was we vetted all 4, so we wanted to make sure that we felt comfortable with any of the 4. We did. And then based on that, we then connected the school or the school district and that particular organization. In many situations, the organization actually went and visited the school, so the school sort of interviewed the organization. But from our standpoint, we felt it was probably most important. Once we identified that in our mind they were all strong programs, we felt it was most important for the school to actually take ownership and feel like this is what they actually need.
One of the things that we heard in a presentation about character education last year is that the most effective programs are the ones that are embedded in the curriculum. And it caused me some concern to see that one had 20 minutes of instructional time a week, whereas what we were told was that it's almost like a parent dealing with a child. You don't say, I'm setting aside Friday at 5:15 to teach my child to say please and thank you. You say please and thank you, and you remind the child constantly when they ask for something, say please or say thank you. And it's a constantly reinforced thing rather than a lesson 20 minutes one time a week. Now, do these do that constant reinforcement, and are they embedded in the curriculum?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of both. I think what we appreciate is that at some point, the initial skill has to be taught. So we can't reinforce a skill that hasn't been taught initially. So in all 4 of the programs, it literally is, be it daily, be it weekly, some amount of literally, here's the content, here's the character trait, here's what we're teaching, and then everyone involved is responsible for following that up, reinforcing that on the bus, lunchtime, in the hallway, but it has to be both. We can't expect, really the adults to reinforce anything if it hasn't been taught first. So it's a combination of both, but very much embedded. I think William's point, and I think we can get even a bigger bang if we actually start a little bit younger, and it goes back to that kindergarten, 1st, 2nd grade. If we can get it started there, then by the time they get to 4th, 5th, 6th grade, we're not teaching it any longer, we're simply reinforcing it.
At what point in time do you think you'll start seeing some data which will indicate whether this is having an effect on retention, grades, graduation rates, things like that, which we heard were very effective in the better programs?
Absolutely. We actually monitor 11, we call them leading indicators. So we monitor teacher attendance on a monthly basis. I will simply share with anyone, and I think it's one of those data points that most people won't jump out at. If you really want to understand the culture of a building, monitor teacher attendance. It'll give you a better reaction than student data. It'll give you a better reaction than student attendance or student discipline. Because if adults choose to not come to school on an increasing basis, that's telling you a story about what's going on in that school. So that's one data point. We obviously monitor student discipline data on a monthly basis. So it's 11 different indicators: student attendance, staff attendance, student discipline, from an academic standpoint, formative assessments. Year in and year over, we're going to look at teacher retention. I would argue that teacher retention in year 1, you probably shouldn't put as much emphasis on it. We believe in many settings, teachers leaving might actually increase in year 1 because the expectation of what they should be doing and what we expect out of students is actually going to go up. Some teachers may not necessarily want to be a part of that. I think year 2, year 3, what you want is a certain level of stability. And if the culture of the building is moving in the right direction, then your teachers departing should actually start decreasing. But yeah, there are actually 11 indicators that we measure literally on a monthly basis to give us a snapshot on what's taking place. The other piece that I would add, and I think this is one that's really going to hit home runs throughout the state. William talked about the climate star rating. That star rating comes out at the end of the school year. 25% of that rating is based off of student survey data, teacher survey data, and parent survey data. What normally happens is at some point in time between now and March or April, students get a survey, staff get a survey, parents get a survey, they provide some feedback. We're actually providing those surveys this fall. We're going to then provide them again around December, January, because getting that survey data in February, March, or April, it's too late. It's the same problem with standardized testing. It's too late to do anything about it. So we're going to get survey data in October so that we can then work with schools. Okay, here's what your parents are saying. Here's what your students are saying. Here's what your staff is saying. What are we going to do about it? So we think that's an incredible opportunity to actually react to the data and not just have a lot of numbers. That's the problem with data sometimes. You don't do anything with it.
And go back to your earlier question about the lessons being taught every day. All of these programs are integrated with eSchool PBIS system. And all of our schools are PBIS schools. So they are taking the character education lessons and making them a part. They are taking the character education lessons and making them a part of their PBIS program, because PBIS is done in the school each and every day. You know, as soon as the kid hit the front door, they should be hearing an announcement about, you know, the school, the hallway expectations, and those different things, you know, as they go up and down the hallway. So that's the way it's kind of taught every day, because it's integrated into the PBIS system at each school.
Thomas, for your presentation. Last year, I think Chairman Coleman passed a bill to provide money to help pay for some wraparound services for the kids, these factors that affect their education. external of what a teacher's got control of. Is something being done there? Is that under your jurisdiction, and what's being done?
I'm going to go back to the word alignment. And I think one of the challenges that we're having is that there are various initiatives that are geared towards supporting, the lowest 5% of the schools or this particular aspect, but they're not aligned. There's not this conversation about how do we, you're talking about the Innovation Foundation Fund, and there was a tax credit. Well, sometimes they sort of play over here, and sometimes we sort of play over here, and some other initiative is playing over here. The power is when we bring all of those people to the same table. That hasn't happened yet.
What do we got to do to make that happen?
One of the things I just suggested earlier regarding one of those 4 action items, we have a vision in which, at least on a quarterly basis, that any of the organizations, be their state agencies, be their nonprofits, any of the organizations that have some inclination to be a part of this work, we're going to try to bring them to the table on a quarterly basis. Here's what your role, and it's not so much somebody's going to tell you what your role is, but how can you be a part of this work? What can you do to be a part of this work? So that we're now all speaking the exact same language. There isn't this sort of diffusion of they're over here doing this work and somebody else is doing this work. This idea of alignment and cohesiveness, we've got a strategy over the next 3 to 4 months to try to pull that together, but I think that is an incredible missing piece to the work. Incredible missing piece. We're working way too hard because we won't come together and work together. But that's a gap.
Anybody else? Thank you very much, Dr. Thomas.
Thank you, guys.
We're going to take a 10-minute break, come back at 2:10. wish some. Okay, if everybody will take their seat, we're going to get started. All right, next on the agenda, we're going to have Dr. Bridges start out with telling us a little bit about apprenticeships, and then we're going to have a panel discussion. So if the panel will go ahead and park yourselves on the front table. And that's Tim Vinson from Muskogee County Schools, Jay Neely from Gulfstream, somebody from Pratt Whitney, Ron Akins from Savannah Chatham County Schools, Laura Ergel from the Griffin Spalding County Schools, and Lee Beckman from Georgia Ports Authority. So if y'all could join us up at the front. And we're going to ask Dr. Bridges to lead off. And do you need a mic from there? Or are you going to stand up?
Stand up.
Okay.
You ready to go?
Ready.
All right, just a word of warning. If y'all see me kind of buckle, my knees buckle up here, I'm not having a heart attack or something, I hope. But I am having some really serious back issues. And periodically, the old spasm grabs me and I kind of buckle, so I'll give you that warning. I appreciate the invitation, Jay, Terry, members of the council. And what I wanted to do is just provide some opening remarks about apprenticeships, but do so in a little bit broader context of learning and experiential learning. And bear with me for a moment. I will get to specifically to the apprenticeship issue. But I want to start out with something that may surprise you coming from me, and that's a quote taken from Aristotle, who believed that education is a central part of the human being, that having an education or being educated is a fulfilling process for all humans. Now, you may say, well, what does that have to do with apprenticeships? And it's this second short paragraph or sentence that brings us to the concept of hands-on learning. And that statement is that there are two essential components of education. One is through the brain and reason. Slide the mic over. You're not hearing me. Oh, well, I'll just stay here. Can you see over my big body? So the first part of essential learning, which we all think about, is the reasoning part, the brain part. But Aristotle also recognized that if you really have to learn something, you learn it by doing it. And I am a firm believer that that is true. And for those of us who come from the professional education ranks, I would submit to you there is no better way to learn a topic, Dr. Denley, than to teach it. I thought I learned biochemistry through 2 or 3 semesters of it. I found out that I really learned it when I taught it to students, particularly graduate students who knew more than I did and would challenge me if I got something wrong. So I think we must recognize that this hands-on element, experiential learning, is a critical part of the learning process. My second slide depicts what I think we're all here for. I've been to all of these House Rural Development Council meetings, and I've visited many other communities across the state. And the real challenge that we all face is this lower circle, a productive workforce. I heard over the weekend on a national news show that for the first time in quite a while, we have many more jobs available in the United States than we have people willing, capable, and prepared to work. And there's this old paradigm called KSA, which brings to front the concepts of knowledge versus skills versus ability. And hopefully you can all read. I won't read it to you. But there is a difference between knowledge and skill. And they come together in ability, which encompasses attitude, willingness, and other soft skills. It doesn't matter how much knowledge you have or how much skill you have if you won't show up for work. I think some of you were with us recently when we heard someone say he had always said he wanted his employees to come to work on time, but that he had now reached a point he just wanted them to come to work. And so I submit to you that it's this productive workforce thing that we want. I'd also submit to you that every element of the educational business, if you will, has their silos that they want to protect. It doesn't matter whether you're in K through 12 education. It doesn't matter if you're in the technical college system or the university system or any other formal system of education. We do have silos, and we do all try to protect. But at the end of the day, it's this productive workforce that we're seeking. So we always hear this discussion about is it skill or knowledge or skill, and which is the most important. And I would submit to you that in any career, both are important. The relative merits of which are not equal in every profession. So I'll give you a couple of examples. Jimmy Lewis, can you TIG weld? Well, you cannot. I can't either. I've dabbled at it. I'm a gearhead. I have a really nice shop. I compliment myself on being able to make almost anything. And I can TIG weld in a real crisis, but it ain't pretty. And I would submit to you that there is a skilled trade that is, a skilled, really skilled TIG welder, and we have people here in the aerospace industry, they know. That is a career that requires an immense amount of skill. How much knowledge does it require? I don't know. I think you could almost be a babbling nut if you are truly unsurpassable TIG welder. You can get a job making a great living doing that. On the other end of the spectrum, if you're a quantum physicist, I don't know. I've never met a quantum physicist that I thought had a lot of skill. I've met quite a few that were very knowledgeable, okay? And then in between, you got to have both. You got a surgeon going to cut on you. He has to have some knowledge, but he better have some skill as well, which reminds me of the joke, the guy who got the bill for his surgery. He opened the bill and it was $5,000. He called the general surgeon. He said, "You got to be kidding me. You charged me $5,000 to just cut me and take my appendix out?" Surgeon said, "No. I charged you $1 to cut you. I charged you $4,999 for knowing when to stop." Okay, so there is a balance of skill and knowledge in everything. There's also a recognized sort of model of learning that says we learn by seeing, hearing, touching, or doing. It's really simple. There's some big fancy words associated with these four modalities of learning, but it's really about hearing, seeing, touching, and doing. It's the touching and doing part that comes to mind when we talk about experiential learning. Amy Carter's sitting over here nodding. There's a reason. There's Cobb's experimental learning cycle. I won't go into a great deal of educational philosophy about that either. But it says that we experience things. Sometimes we re-experience them. That's the first part of learning. And then we reflect on what we've experienced. And we try to figure out whether or not we have experienced this before. I've experienced that before. My son calling me. Then we conceptualize it. And we say, in that process, we say, do we really understand this? Do we have a knowledge base that supports our understanding of what we just experienced, reflecting on previous experience? But when we get to being really productive workers, we've advanced through the fourth step, which is experimentation, which says when you present a totally new experience and concept to me, I can reflect on what I have done in the past, what I have seen, what I've touched, what I've heard, what I have done, and I can solve problems. When you've done all of these things, you have learned. This is the real essence of the apprenticeship and other forms of hands-on learning. So let's go back to this little simple diagram. What do we all want? A productive workforce. I thought the previous speaker made a good point about your organization. Your organization is perfectly crafted to give you what you are currently getting. If you don't like what you're getting, change your approach. Do you like what we are getting in Georgia in terms of a productive workforce? Do you like it? What I've heard the past year and a half is we don't like it. We're not getting that productive workforce. There are all sorts of hands-on learning modalities, apprenticeships being only one of many. We have laboratories. When you take chemistry, you don't just take lectures. You go to the lab to touch and do and make mistakes, because after all, you learn from mistakes. And believe me, having taught chemistry, I've seen plenty of mistakes. We have clinical experiences for nurses. We do mentored undergraduate research at baccalaureate institutions. Architects, engineers, and others have design projects. That's because you can't learn it all by hearing it and seeing it. You have to touch it, feel it, and do it. We have fellowships. We teach. That's why when you're in graduate school, if you go through a graduate experience in a university and are not required to teach, someone failed you. You should have to teach somewhere along the way. We have cooperative education. Why is it that each and every year the most sought after and highest paid graduates from the Georgia Institute of Technology are the students who have done cooperative education? It's because they have reinforced what they have heard and seen by doing. They have also experienced activities that develop their work ethic, soft skills, and work culture. And I'll talk about that in a moment. So apprenticeships are a unique form of hands-on experiential learning, but they're not the only type. Where do they fit? What is an apprenticeship? They go back many centuries. People quickly learned centuries ago that if you had a particular skill, that skill could be passed along to the next generation through a formal apprenticeship. If you wanted to be a cobbler, a seamstress, a wheelwright, a blacksmith, many of our trades and skills have been passed along through the generations through the apprenticeship model. Now, in the early framework, the traditional framework, we have masters, we have journeymen, and we have apprentices. Still works. The model that is still used in many parts of the world. In the traditional form, there was some sort of indenture or other form of obligation associated with an apprenticeship. Do not make light of the word, but you essentially enslaved yourself to the master to learn the trade. It was often restricted to trades. We didn't do this for other forms of education. A friend of mine recently told me when I was talking to him that, you know, in reality, there are many career paths that we have in collegiate education that frankly could probably be learned just as well in an apprenticeship as it can in a formal educational environment. I found this a little interesting coming from who it came from, and I said, and so would you give me an example of one of those? He said, accountants. A seasoned and experienced accountant can train a mathematically inclined person to be a good accountant within a year, simply by work. The traditional format, sometimes those who were under the master, a journeyman or apprentice, was devoid of worker rights. And it was typically restricted to career paths that didn't involve a great deal of general education, knowledge-based education. The contemporary framework of apprenticeships is quite different. They're more flexible. They're not all a fixed period of time, depending what the trade or skill is that one is attempting to learn. They're often pay-based now and not related to indentures. They do provide worker rights. But they are also very effective component of knowledge-based learning systems. That's why many institutions, including ours and others, are adopting the requirement for baccalaureate degree-seeking students to do undergraduate research projects, senior projects, capstone projects, internships, etc., co-ops, because there's now a growing recognition that the best of all learning cannot necessarily occur in the classroom. That to really learn it, you must touch it and do it. Well, my last slide focuses on the issue of apprenticeships. So what is the applicability? They're most applicable to those trades, careers, pathways that are highly skill oriented. But it doesn't mean that they're limited to that. They can be used in other areas. They can actually serve as a standalone for certain trades. But they can be part of a broad-based system. What are the advantages of an apprenticeship? And this is where I will provoke some people, but that's what I'm known for doing. I'm going to provoke some people in these last points. Compared to a contemporary technical education, what might be the advantages of apprenticeships? And there are several. It combines training with employment. So you're not just going to school, you're off the street and earning some money. An advantage. Number two, maybe number one in importance, ascertains the apprentice's willingness to work. Think about it. You're going to work. And in the process, you're not only assessed on your skill and learning the trade, but you're assessed on whether you'll show up to work. It can be very focused and skill specific. For example, I'll use the term welding. There's all kinds of welding, okay? There's the kind that Clay Perkle might do on his farm, where he takes an electrode and just fixes something that's rusty, dirty, and whatever. He's been at the farms, what he said. Or you might be an underwater welder, or you might be a TIG welder. You might be a certified welder. You might not be. Can be specific. It's contextual. You're on the site working in the environment where hopefully you will go to work. So you're not learning on one type of equipment and then taking the job and immediately being thrust into an environment where you work with a different type of equipment. And it's sensitive to the employer culture. Maybe you learn the trade very well, but you just don't fit into the culture. You're a fabricator, and you want to work 7 to 4. The employer where you are being trained is a 3-shift operator. And you might have to rotate shifts every 3 to 6 months. Maybe you don't want to do that. You're still a good welder, good fabricator, but you may need to go to work somewhere else. Site specific. If there's a job and an apprenticeship in the community in which you live, you do not have to uproot yourself and go somewhere else for training. You can do it right there. It's effective and efficient. We don't have to argue that. It's been done for centuries. We know it works. It's been proven. There's ongoing real-time assessment. You know, have you ever tried to teach somebody to do something, and early in the process you just knew that this was not going to work out? Okay? I'll give you an example. I'm one of these ambidextrous people. I can do anything with either hand. That's a great advantage when you work in a shop. You can weld left-handed, you can weld right-handed. It's also a great advantage when you play basketball. I could bat from either side of the plate. So I was determined that I would teach my 6-year-old son coming up to be the switch hitter, the ambidextrous basketball player and baseball player. Well, it didn't take me long to figure out that wasn't going to happen. He can't scratch his nose with his left hand. Okay? Some things you can't teach. Real-time assessment. And then the ones that probably will annoy people the most is I think it's efficient on behalf of the state and the public good, because it reduces the requirement for bricks and mortar construction. You don't have to buy all this elaborate equipment to teach people to work at Gulfstream. Gulfstream's already got it. Gulfstream's got the people that know how to do it. Pratt Whitney as well. So you don't have to buy expensive equipment. You don't have to hire faculty. The faculty are there. The most skilled and adept faculty in the world are right there. So you don't roll up healthcare costs, benefits costs, and you don't have OPEB liabilities at the end of the day. There are many advantages to the apprenticeship model that we have walked away from. So I remind you as I close, apprenticeships are one form of hands-on learning. They're not appropriate as a mainstay part of every educational program, but some other form of experiential learning is. Trust me, you do not want a nurse caring for you in the hospital who has done no clinicals. Oh, well, I'm going to give you an IV today. I heard about it in the class, I saw it in the book, but I've never done it. So it's appropriate. And like the previous speaker said, I don't know what happened to that slide, but I'll go back to it because it's right here. If what we all want is a productive workforce, we ought to ask ourselves the question that the gentleman, the speaker before, asked. If we're not getting what we want out of the current construct, is there another construct that would serve us better? And I think the apprenticeship model is a great model for taking young people, particularly young people, who don't particularly know exactly what they want to do and where they want to go in life, but it gives us an opportunity to head them down a career path without a significant front-end loaded investment in the education process. And with that, I will stop.
Okay, Dr. Bridges is joining the panel. Now we're going to hear from the panel. There's a list of questions, and if we need to, we will, Terry and I will moderate, but I know that Gulfstream and Pratt & Whitney know that they've got apprenticeship programs they can tell us about, and so if y'all want to just jump in and start talking about your programs and how that maybe fits in with workforce development in the state of Georgia, and maybe how we can replicate, rather than just on an industry-specific thing, that we can replicate this into part of our training and to build the workforce that we need in the state of Georgia, and then everybody else can either jump in on those issues or jump in on those that are specific to your particular industry or educational system.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Powell. Is the mic working? Can you hear me okay? All right. So some of you know this, but just quickly for reference, so Gulfstream, Savannah-based, we make airplanes. We have a special going on today, so if you sign a contract, you get a 5% discount, and we do volume discounts on top of that. So, I've got a stack of contracts. So we're again based in Savannah. Been here since since '67. 17,000 employees worldwide. 11,000 of those are in Georgia. A couple hundred here in Brunswick, and the rest up in Savannah in Chatham County. So we a few things I want to cover on our program. First, really we have two different types. The first is our co-op and intern program that we have with college students, which I think technically is not the apprenticeship model that we're talking about here, but I include it to let you know that we got a lot of experience with this. We've been doing that program or set of programs for decades, literally, and it is fabulously successful. We're partnered with a number of schools, including in particular Yellow Jacket U, Bulldog U, and our friends up in Bullock County, and we use these programs to recruit in our engineering. We've got 1,500 plus engineers in Savannah, and the program is so successful. It's structured like the co-op in particular. You rotate for college, then you come for a quarter or semester with us, and then back and forth. But they're so successful in making sure that we have the right match between the student and the company that on the order of 80 to 90% of our new hires into engineering, that is fresh out of school, come from the co-op and intern program. So what that really means is unless you have some really unique skill set, you're not getting hired by Gulfstream as a fresh out of school engineer without going through that program. So my moral there is it works, all right? On the youth apprentice, and that's really more what we're talking about here, on the youth apprentice program, it's been around since 2005. We've got roughly 80 in the program right now as we speak, 80 at least, that's in Georgia. Most of them in Savannah, but some here in Glenn County as well. Those 80 students are in 60 different job functions, from HR, engineering, doing some pretty cool computer programming work, et cetera. They get high school credit for almost all the jobs, not all of them, but most of them get high school credit, and they get paid. I think it's $10 an hour, is that right, Al? I have chaperones here to make sure I get my facts right. And we're getting better at translating those apprenticeships into direct jobs. I say getting better because the initial focus wasn't as much on that, but it's changing a bit. Personally, I will freely admit I'm a bit evangelical on this apprenticeship program concept, and I'll wrap up with a few points. First, really the reason we're here, what can you all as legislators and we as a state do to improve getting our kids out of school into the right job for them? My personal opinion is the first and foremost obstacle that we have is not money, it's awareness. And it's awareness of a few things. First and foremost, it's awareness that this immutable truth that we have pounded into our kids, our parents, and our teachers for about 30 years is wrong. And that immutable truth is if you don't go to college, you're a failure. And if you don't go to college immediately out of high school, you're a failure. That's nonsense, all right? The apprenticeship is a way to get through that, but the trades offer, trades meaning jobs that don't require a college education, offer a great path to great careers. There are people that
Your other immutable truth is that you don't have to go to college to make a good living.
That's exactly what I was about to say. There are people turning wrenches on airplanes at Gulfstream that make more money today than classmates of mine that graduated with me from the University of Georgia School of Law. All right? And I'll give you a case study. All right, so we've established that you're a failure if you don't go to college, and especially if you don't go to college right out of high school. Well, today, a kid who graduates from or gets their A&P license, airplane mechanic license, come to Gulfstream, your starting salary is $37,000 a year. If you do a dual enrollment program, you can do that by the time you're high school plus a year or two, depending on when you start. You can, over, a handful of years, you can be, easily double that and then some, 5, 6, 7 years, double that and then some with overtime, et cetera. Here's my case study. A guy named Joe Rivera works at Gulfstream, and I'll stop after this because I don't want to take too much of the group's time. But Joe Rivera today works at Gulfstream. I'll tell you what his job is in a minute. He grew up, he's my age, so he's no spring chicken, but where he grew up, they had a dual enrollment program. 10th grade, one of his buddies said, "Hey, Joe, I figured out how we can get out of these classes that you and I both hate. There's this dual enrollment thing. We can go take classes at the technical college and be airplane mechanics." Fair enough. So they do. So he and his buddy, they do that, start in 10th grade. They finish their school over the summer after they graduated from high school. He immediately goes to work for a small mom and pop company doing airplane mechanic work. Shorten the story, he did well. Ends up working for a large company. Company has, while he's still working, company has a tuition reimbursement program, gets his college degree. While he's doing that work, ends up at Gulfstream, where he's been for a number of years. So Joe Rivera today is Vice President General Manager of Customer Support at Gulfstream, and he is responsible for all of the maintenance operations in Savannah. And by the way, fun fact, there's more business aviation maintenance done on the Savannah airport than any other airport on the face of the earth. That's pretty cool. All right, Joe runs all of that. He runs all of our East Coast operations. That's it's Teterboro, Westville, Massachusetts, Savannah, Georgia, Brunswick, Georgia, West Palm Beach, Florida, Sorocaba. Joe Rivera, this failure, didn't go to college right out of high school, went into the trades. This failure has more business airplane mechanics working for him than any human being on the face of the earth, except his bosses. So awareness that these are great paths, and then to accomplish that awareness and the other things we have to do, we've got to do a better job of tying the school system, the businesses, and the technical college system together. And in Savannah-Chatham County, I think we're actually doing a really good job there. Answer questions on that afterwards, but those are my 2 key points.
Right, I want to elaborate on what he just said. With the Savannah-Chatham County Public School System, I think you have to have some type of partnership, and you have to have a mentor in place to assist apprentices. And so you can have an apprentice program, but you have to have someone that makes sure that the employer completes a training plan for each particular student, because you want to make sure that that student is actually being trained. We also do site visits on students as well. For example, with Gulfstream, we have 29 students with the Savannah-Chatham County Public School System that are actually hired at Gulfstream. And each one of those students, they have to have evaluations each 9 weeks. And so we do make sure that we just don't put the students in the school system, or we don't put them in Gulfstream and just leave them there. We make sure that you do have a representative on site or someone that is actually going to support the student while they're in apprenticeship positions.
Now, do they do that like half a day or every other day? They've still got classroom work, correct?
Yes, they are required to work 15 to 20 hours a week as an apprentice. And they have a training agreement that the student has to complete, as well as their parent, as well as the employer as well.
Yeah, and our program is a year-round program, so the kids will stay in it. Obviously, in school, they'll come after school in the summers. They have the option of working essentially full-time, but not required. And I think the advantages and disadvantages to having it tied to a school year or even a school quarter semester, but the advantage of a full year for the business side is you have the kids long enough to get them into the business where they can be productive.
Good afternoon. My name is Tim Vincent, and I'm the Youth Apprenticeship Coordinator for the Muskogee County School District in Columbus, Georgia. I'm here today on behalf of Pratt Whitney. Tom Bodie, the general manager there, unfortunately could not be here today, so he asked me to sit in for him. And so we looked at the questions together, and he's briefed me on his answers. So thank you for having me. So the Pratt Whitney High School Internship Apprenticeship Program started in 2009. And so we started initially with 6 students, and as it evolved over the years, we've also added in, at Pratt Whitney, we have 2 sides of the business there. We have a forge operation as well as the engine rebuild center for rebuilding jet engines. So we started out with the engine side, and we had 6 students, and that was by design. We had them in 6 rotations assigned to 6 different mentors. So what we did is we brought the students in, and they were assigned to those mentors in each cell area of taking apart the jet engine, checking in quality of parts, and then putting the engine back together. And then final piece of that is in the test cell where they actually test the engines. So that being said, we've grown that number to now to a little over 100 students as went through the program. With the Pratt Whitney, as you may know, expanded in the last couple of years, so the forge side of the house really needed to ramp up and hire some mechanics on that side of the house. So we have students in industrial maintenance out there. We have the welders that someone was talking about earlier. So we have in the maintenance side of the parts, we have the welders, and they all came from this apprenticeship program. So they weld on different types of metal, not necessarily known as far as steels, as titanium and Inconel and stuff like that. So really cool operations. The testing procedures along in that welding piece is a cost of about $10,000 to certify those students in the process to become an FAA welder. Obviously, we're governed by FAA guidelines, so some of the barriers initially was how do we find under or 18 and above students. And so typically, if you kind of go through our databases in the school system, we could find 18-year-olds who are graduating between January and June. They turn 18, and so that's what we were targeting to begin with. We was also targeting students that were coming with mechanical aptitude. So it was my job to work with Tom and his team out there to provide the pool of candidates. And so where that recruitment piece began was in the actual automotive in programs within our high schools, and then the welding, machining programs, as well as our construction programs. Those students seem to have the best aptitude alignment based upon what Pratt Whitney needed. And so their training director, as well as their HR people, work with us to kind of formalize what that student looked like, if you will, as far as skill sets. The other part of it is most of these students were coming from a CTSO, which is, a career technical student organization. And so we were really looking into the Skills USA component, TSA component, because obviously we want a productive employee, and we want someone who's there every day and has dedication to the field. So we were looking into those CTSOs within high schools to try and find those particular students that had the dedication and commitment to follow through and do that on the weekends and things as far as what the skills organizations do is fall retreat, summer opportunities, as well as the spring conferences and competitions. Going back to the apprenticeship program, our apprentices, when we added the forge side, we're now running 6 on forge, 6 on engine side. The students who were hired as the interns initially, they're hired, just say that we begin around January 15th and we end around May 15th. Now, obviously, depending upon how the date falls in the last 9 years, that's how we adjust. So typically, it's a start time and an end time. Those students work 19 and a half hours a week. They're not paid any benefits. They're paid between $14 and $15 per hour. Those students are then, upon successful completion of the program and graduation, are then given an opportunity to apply for any full-time openings that Pratt Whitney would have, typically in the gas turbine mechanic area. So typically what happens, they finish out May 15th, they graduate from high school, and within about a month, we're in contact of the ones who were selected. Now, the assessment process is one that we use together as far as formalizing the grades for the high school, because they're getting high school credit as well. So typically, they go to work around, they get out the last period of the day, they go to work at 3:30, and they get off at 8:30, Monday through Thursday. So the history of the program has been great. We've hired, Pratt Whitney's hired 72 of those students full-time. And the number I'm about to share with you is probably the most critical number and probably the best number that I can share with you. Of the 72 students that were hired, we've only lost 2 students, and I don't mean we physically lost them. What happened there is one is back at University of Georgia picking up his engineering degree. We did terminate one due to attendance in year 3. So the student was hired and selected around 2012 and was terminated later on, 3 years later, due to his own attendance issues. Yes, sir.
The 18 years of age, is that an FAA guideline? Is that a Pratt Whitney guideline or a Muskogee County guideline?
It's the FAA as well as Pratt Whitney.
Okay.
However, when House Bill 402, and thank you for authorizing that bill.
That's what I want to ask.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
What that enabled us to do is to take in the high school students who were 17. We just cannot hire them full-time as a Pratt Whitney employee until they're age 18. So, but thank you all for authorizing that, and I send that from Tom Bodie. Thank you. But going back to the apprenticeship program, once that student is hired full-time, they are, obviously their pay is adjusted just south of $20 per hour. And then from full benefits, and then they also, after 1 year of employment, the students, we pay for their UTC United Technologies is actually the holding company of Pratt Whitney, is a UTC scholarship, employee scholarship program. So after 12 months of employment, those students' college can be paid for in full. So typically those students are going back to school, whether it be in the Columbus market. Some go across the river to Auburn University because we're only 30 miles from there. And I realize I see people shaking their heads. But they do. They typically start their program at CSU, and then they'll pre-engineering, or I have had a few of them who actually majored in business. So basically for them to move up and advance into a management situation within the company, they would have to have a 4-year degree. However, that being said, our gas turbine mechanics, the pay of, once they get their FAA license, their AMP, which we focus on power plant there at Pratt Whitney only, we don't deal with the airframe piece. They're going to school with our own instruction within Pratt Whitney, as well as Embry-Riddle is on site. So those students are getting a college class and literally walking down the hall and experiencing and learning what they've learned in that classroom in theory of rebuilding jet engines. And it's just a great opportunity. So in winning the parents over, we typically, some people talk about, making, and I agree with you, the awareness piece was real sticky to begin with. People didn't know what Pratt Whitney did in Columbus, Georgia. And so we started doing family tours. So we would take the family out with the students who were interested. Those students, I've had parents come back to me and say, well, how do I get in this program? I'd love to go to work at Pratt Whitney. I said, well, you got to go back to high school. And so, it's kind of, but we do offer then to send them back to school and show them the way to go to maybe get them parents employed as well. The situation has been awesome. We call it the flight plan to success. And it really has changed the lives of our kids. Have a lot of kids who come through from all walks of life. We're just looking for mechanical aptitude and a recommendation from their high school teacher, and to where they can become employed in a great company, and giving them an opportunity of a life to be able to be a citizen in our community that's providing positive results. So,
Do y'all do an apprenticeship program of any sort with any other company? And I don't mean to disregard what you've done at Pratt Whitney, which is incredible. I'm just wondering if y'all got anything else going on with other companies in Columbus.
Absolutely. So we've had a program with Onetta Corporation, and so they're tool and die. They're a sheet metal stamping company, and they make automobile parts. And so basically, the tool and die makers, our tool room and machinists all come straight from our program as well. Now, obviously, their ramp up is not as needed as what we are right now at Pratt Whitney. So we tend to send 2 to 3 a year out there, and they do a little different program. It's a smaller company. We have about 1,800 employees and growing at Pratt Whitney in Columbus. This company, Onetta, has about 100. So a lot smaller company, but the same type of apprenticeship program, youth apprenticeship program, is being taken care of right there in that company. Now, those apprentices actually come from our machining program within one of our high schools. And from that, they go to work at Onetta. From there, once they graduate high school, then they go back to the technical school and take their machine tool diploma program. And other companies, home builder group, electricians, heating and air companies. We're forming one right now with TSYS, which is a credit card database company. We had 3 apprentices go through that this summer as interns, and they were juniors. So we're looking at them for next year once they get a little closer to graduation. Thank you.
Laura, you want to tell us about Griffin and Spalding County?
Yes, we currently are working.
Get the microphone, please.
We currently do also have a youth apprenticeship program but we also are working with Georgia Cat on the German Apprentice Program. So we have students that start out 15 years old in the 10th grade. They work with a local business. They work half a day, and then the other half of the day, our students could either choose to do the Precision Manufacturing and Maintenance Diploma or Associate degree. All of our students that are currently working on the German Apprentice Certificate and the U.S. Department of Labor Certificate, they all have chosen to do the Associate degree. So
Tell us about the difference between the German apprenticeship program and other kind of apprenticeships.
the German Apprenticeship Program is very, it's very structured. They provide the curriculum that you're going to teach. So we have worked closely with the Technical College System of Georgia, as well as a couple of other school systems, to make sure that our curriculum meets the guidelines for the German curriculum. And the students they'll end up taking a test to make sure they've met those requirements, their specific skill sets. All of our apprentices that are doing precision manufacturing, they have 28 modules they go through, and they start with a file and a piece of metal, and they go through 28 projects, and every project, most of them build on one another, but they're teaching them the basics before they ever go in and start looking at a lot of machinery. They're learning how to do things just with a file and a piece of metal. So they go through that. They do have mentors that they work with at all of their businesses. Our students are as young as 15. So the U.S. Department of Labor now is working on the WESEP for students that are 15 years old to be able to go into these businesses and work. Right now they don't. They wait till they're 16. So they work with us at the College and Career Academy with their mentors. So that's what's a little bit different about it. They miss some of that high school experience, which has had a few students concerned because they still can go to after school and do things after school. But really, from the time their second semester of 10th grade, they're not going back to their high school for any courses. They're taking all college courses and working at the business. One of the other challenges that we've seen is the cost that the German Chamber charges for this program. They charge the business a one-time fee, and then every year they also charge the business for every student, and it is a 3-year program. They do have specific tools that they have to purchase. That's another additional cost. So the challenge we face with some of our businesses is the cost. They all have said in our area that they need those maintenance technicians, but they're a little hesitant always to jump in and do the German program because of the cost that's involved. Now, we are working also with, I know we heard the point about awareness. Next Tuesday, we're taking our parents on a tour of Made in the Region. We have 1888 mills. They make the towels that are probably in your home, in Walmart, at your hotel. So the awareness, parents don't understand what it's like for your student to work in a business or industry, especially if it's manufacturing. So we're taking our parents on a tour next Tuesday for them to really see what it's like to be out in some of the businesses in our area. We are working, we're beginning to work with Caterpillar. Caterpillar does. I know the Athens plant has a little different guidelines than we do with the Griffin plant, but they will not allow students on their floor until they're 18. But they are taking some of our students to go ahead and start doing some assembly. So then when they are 18, then they will work them on their way to that floor. And the biggest issue that they've said is parents want their students to have that 4-year degree. So they're one of the partners that we're going to visit because they want students to understand and parents to understand they can have a good career at Caterpillar coming in entry level and working with them. So they're looking for the student that doesn't want to go on to post-secondary, that wants to come in on the ground floor, start working in assembly, and then work their way to the floor.
All right, Lee, you want to tell us about the Ports Authority?
Yes, sir. I was asked to put together just a quick update on our numbers for the past year. Do y'all want me to go over that now? Okay. We'll grab this clicker real quick. Well, thank you guys for having us and giving us the opportunity to talk a little bit about what we're doing at the port. We're really excited about this program that we just announced this year, just started this year. Before I start off on that, I wanted to give you a quick update. Terry College of Business looked at our job impacts numbers for fiscal year 17. We just got these this spring after session was over. These are jobs created by companies that use the port, and we appreciate that, including my good friend down here, Jay, and Gulfstream. They are one of our customers, and their numbers are certainly located in here. So 440,000 jobs throughout the state. You see the numbers in terms of state GDP, personal income, and numbers that aren't in there that I like to use a lot are $4.5 billion in annual federal taxes, $1.5 billion in state taxes, and $1.4 billion in various local taxes throughout Georgia. So it's a big impact on the state's economy. Our job is merely to provide the location for that business to exchange goods from the ship to the shore and vice versa. Since we're in Brunswick, we'll start with Brunswick. It's the largest auto port in the nation. We are seeing some considerable growth here. That's largest in terms of acreage. We are third largest in terms of throughput, moving just shy of 600,000 autos last year. We're expanding the facility down there. We added about 200 acres to the facility in the last 2 years. We've got 400 additional acres of space on the south side of the island and 55 acres on the north side of the island that we're currently paving right now. So number one, number two ports in the nation in terms of autos are Baltimore and Jacksonville. They don't have 500 acres to expand into. So one of these days I'll be here in front of you guys telling you that Brunswick is the busiest auto port in the nation. We're very excited about that. In Savannah, we have seen considerable growth year over year, 4.2 million container units last year, represents about 8.4% growth. I guess I should tell you this year, we have, this past month, we saw 12% growth in Savannah, 37% growth in Brunswick this past month. Looking at about 10% growth year over year on top of this as well in the first quarter. So considerable growth. Garden City Terminal in Savannah is one of 16 terminals in the world that have moved more than 4 million container units in a single year. So very impressive through there. Our numbers over the last year, 330,000 additional container units, far exceeds those of the ports in the southeast. Our 4.5% compounded annual growth rate is also makes us the fastest growing port in the nation over the past 10 years. 4.2 million TEUs means 2.3 million truck moves through our gates through the year. Record in one day, we moved 12,121 trucks through our gates during a 12-hour period. So 1,000 trucks an hour in and out of our facility and growing. So we're working to move more, and we've got some plans to expand as well, but we'll get into that later on. On the rail side, we're seeing considerable growth as well. Last year, we added about 60,000 additional rail moves. And in this past month, we saw a 35% increase year over year for rail moves in September, 30% increase through the first quarter. So rail is really seeing a lot of growth, and we've got a plan to expand that. Our current capacity on terminal is about 500,000 rail lifts per year. Our expansion plan will give us over 1 million rail lifts per year. And so we're excited about that opportunity as well. On the harbor deepening side, we are halfway complete. We finished all the harbor deepening outside the mouth of the river. The inside of the mouth of the river is what's remaining. That comes at a hefty price to our friends in the federal government. You know, the state of Georgia, you guys have set aside $301 million through the appropriations process, which we are very appreciative of. We would not be where we are without state funding. State funding allowed us to get to here. It's the federal funding on the back end that we're looking forward to. Thankfully, they have given us full funding for this fiscal year with $85 million. Unfortunately, we need $400 more million from our friends up in Washington. So when you guys talk to them up there, please tell them, send money, please. On the rail side, we are working to expand our rail, combining our CSX and Norfolk Southern operations, which will allow us to better serve our customers. Again, expanding our capacity. This is what it looks like today. This is what it's going to look like in the fourth quarter of 2020. with both CSX and Norfolk Southern on the same terminal, giving us over, again, 1 million container lift capacity. Northwest Georgia, we opened the Appalachian Regional Port this past summer. It's doing pretty well. Our hope is to take some of these trucks that are moving on the roads empty off the road so that we can reduce safety issues as well as wear and tear on the roads. Also reduce costs to our customers who are paying for empty trucks to move from the Dalton area back to Savannah, which is about a 360-mile drive. It's also about a 6-hour drive. And for truck drivers, they have new electronic logging that they have to abide by. They only get 12 to 13 hours a day of driving. And if you drive that 710-mile trip back and forth, there's a rail yard in between called Atlanta, and sometimes it gets a little congested up there, and they can't make that trip all the way back. So we want to be able to bring that fully loaded box all the way up to Dalton on rail or on truck, leave it in Dalton, get it fully loaded with an export, bring it back through Georgia full rather than back through Georgia empty, and then back up again empty again. So that's the hope. They're seeing a lot of growth up there. They saw 2 trains this past week up there in Chatsworth, and they expect to see 2 trains a week into the future as well. So we're excited about that. We are looking at other facilities throughout the state, so stay tuned. On the workforce development side, which is what brings us here today, we have an experiential learning program. I'm not sure if you would call it a full-on apprenticeship program. It's a partnership that we've got with the Savannah Chatham School Board or school system. We call it the YES program. It stands for Youth Learning, Equipment, and Safety. Just started August 1st, where we hired 6 high school students, high school graduates. They're 18 years old. They are pictured in, oops. If the video works, they'll be pictured behind me. It's been labor intensive for our HR team. They've done a lot of soft skills training with them. The boys, it's all boys right now, have learned, what is expected of them, showing up on time, how to work, those types of things. They've had some growth and some learning this year. One of the boys actually had a child, so he's learning responsibility on a whole new level. But they're doing a great job. What we're doing is 3 of them are working, driving trucks throughout the facility, what we call jockey trucks on terminal.
You got your pictures.
Oh, they're working, good. 3 of them are also learning to drive forklifts in the warehouses. And so they'll work for 6 months in each, and then they'll flip-flop and work 6 months in the other. Again, six students this year. Our hope is to do 20 next year and perhaps 40 the year after that. Our thoughts behind the process was we talk a lot about the need for soft skills, the need for training, the need for a more capable and well-trained workforce. We decided that the way things used to be, businesses used to hire kids out of high school and teach them these things, and so we're going to try and do it ourselves. And hopefully, if it's working well so far. In fact, one of the students, or one of the men, has done so well that he may already get a promotion to some of our rubber-tired gantry cranes, which are, if you've been to the Porter, are the smaller of the cranes, not the ones on the ships. So we've seen some success thus far. Again, we're only a couple months into the program, but we're very excited about the future.
Lee, would you mind mentioning what your average pay for those
Yes, sir.
folks on the port?
Thank you. Well, these guys right here are making $15 an hour for their first year. They get full benefits. 2 of them have already come to us and asked if they can take advantage of our tuition reimbursement program to take classes, which of course they can. They are employees. So they'll be taking college classes while working for us. Our employees do make a wide range of, in terms of salary. Our highest paid hourly workers are our crane operators. They can make upwards of $100,000 a year. They get a lot of overtime to get there, but they do a great job and certainly deserve that pay.
Tell us a little bit about the inland port. I know that you mentioned some of that, but you did not mention Cordeal, so
Yes, sir.
how's that working? And number 2, is there any other than the North Georgia ports that you're intending to expand to?
Yes, sir. The Cordele facility was not in there because that's actually a privately run facility, separate from the Georgia Ports Authority. Of course, we work very closely with them. They are doing a fine job, and they've seen a lot of growth over the years. They did get some business from our friends in West Georgia at the Kia facility, and they were importing parts through there and then bringing the empty boxes back to get filled with exports, Georgia exports. We are looking at other facilities, one in northeast Georgia, and one in West Georgia. The idea is to serve Georgia-based businesses as capably as possible, but also, and like in the Dalton area, to reduce empty miles on the roads. The way that the containerized trade works is each one of these containers is a lot like a U-Haul truck. You know, whether you've emptied the U-Haul truck out, U-Haul's going to continue to charge you until you return it. Same thing goes with these boxes. If we have rail yards positioned around the state, they can be designated locations to return those boxes, and that'll help reduce those costs. Because right now, companies are having to pay for empty boxes to move, and that doesn't make sense for anybody. So the hope is that we can do that with these inland ports.
A lot of rural Georgia is served by the short-line railroads.
Yes, sir.
How does the interface work between the short lines and Norfolk Southern and CSX? I mean, if obviously only Norfolk Southern and CSX come onto the port property.
Yes, sir.
So a short line railroad that operates there, do they have to transfer it to a truck and take it to the port, or do they transfer it to one of the major carriers?
They can do both. The current issue that I think the folks in Cordele are dealing with is right now they are coming to a rail yard in Ellabelle and having to transfer to trucks to drive into our facility. They're having to come to Ellabelle, near the port, near Savannah, and transfer to trucks to drive into our facility. Yes, ma'am.
Doesn't the state own that railroad coming to Cordele?
Yes, they do. Yes, ma'am.
Well, why aren't we using it if we own the ports too?
They're coming from Cordele to Ellabelle on rail, but then from Ellabelle into our facility.
Where's Ellabelle?
Ellabelle is Bryan County, Bryan or Effingham. It's right out there.
Is
just
it
off
some
16.
reason that,
The rail lines coming into the port are not owned by the port. They're owned by Norfolk and CSX. And so the idea is they have to work with Norfolk or CSX to get access to those rail lines. And right now, the pricing structure doesn't work out for them to do so just yet. So hopefully, our hopes are that they'll be able to do that. But again, that's up to those two private owners to negotiate that with them. That's where the difficulty lies right there. And but they've been able to do well without, and hopefully that changes in the future.
Let me, getting back to the apprenticeship programs.
Yes, sir.
The, and I'll ask the entire panel, I understand the expense of the German model, but I also understand that the benefit of that is that you can take that certificate and you can basically market it anywhere. But then what is offered in the, I guess this is non-German, that y'all do, is that if I've got an airframe mechanics license or an engine license, then that is my marketability there as opposed to an apprenticeship certificate. So it's still a marketable skill, correct? So is there, I guess if we're having to pick one or the other, there's really not one that is the perfect for everybody.
Yeah, I think that's right. I would add, though, that the German, I'm somewhat familiar with the German model, having, well, I am, but it's still possible outside of the German program to partner with the local high school, technical college, tailor a program to your needs, basically following the same approach that the German apprenticeship model has. And instead of a German certificate, you can tie that in, and I think Pratt does this. You can tie that in to a certificate program with the technical college. It could be a certificate program. It could also be an associate's degree, and there are ways to expand it as well. So I think there's an so to summarize, I think there's an opportunity without a lot of undue complication to create our own version of that here in the state, where you've got a template that the technical colleges and businesses and the like can use. And if I could just add on that point, two things. One, one of the challenges with the apprenticeship program is aligning and bringing the business community into the three-legged stool, right? High schools, technical college, and the businesses are the three legs of that stool. And that can be hard, particularly with the smaller businesses, because they just don't have the kinds of resources that we do in a larger company. And I think two things. One, the network that we have around the state of chambers, combination of the Georgia Chamber and then the Savannah Chamber, for example, is very actively involved right now in exploring the apprenticeship option with its members. So I think that's an opportunity to more formally tie or figure out some way to do a better job of incentivizing, and I don't mean with money, that's easy to throw money at the problem, doesn't always solve it, but incentivizing the school systems, technical college systems, and businesses to work together, maybe just providing some avenues, and then last, particularly to help these smaller businesses, with those groups working together, if you can come up with these templates so that a smaller business doesn't have to reinvent the wheel, I think that would be a huge help.
Sam?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You kind of touched on it just a little bit, but this is kind of to the whole panel. The last two questions on our agenda here talk about how do we make apprenticeships work in small to mid-sized businesses, and how do we do this in rural Georgia. It's not every small business has a human relations officer, somebody to handle logistics and coordinate the apprenticeship. We also don't all have a Port or a Gulfstream or Pratt Whitney in rural Georgia, so how do we make these work better with small businesses in rural Georgia?
Well, a lot of the small businesses or family-owned businesses, a lot of those businesses, they actually solicit or they actually work with employment agencies. The unique thing about employment agencies is that you may have a corporation that will not hire a student that is 18 years old. But, they may go out to a temp agency to actually, assume liability and hire someone less than 18 years old. I've seen that happen in the past. But I think that's the best option is to actually go through an employment agency, temp agency, or there are some jobs that will allow or will give monies to the local school system as well, and we can support them as well.
Would like a better partnership with the local schools, either through the CTAE program or through the technical college, if there was better communication and coordination there, I mean, is that possibilities or? I work, I serve on the board of the Effingham College and Career Academy, and I know that they do an excellent job of working with area businesses to look at the needs that they have. And so the school board level, both Chatham County, here in Glenn County, they've got the Golden Owls Career Academy as well. They're finding ways to find out what those businesses' needs are. In terms of our program, our goal was to set an example for other logistics industries in our area to say, hey, we're going to take these folks in and we're going to spend a little bit more time with them and show them the ropes and show them what we expect and hopefully set them up for the future as well. So what Ronald was saying was, I think a big part of it is there's going to be some sweat equity either at the school level or at the small business level. Someone's going to have to pull these kids in and teach them those soft skills that they're not getting from either at this point.
I can give you an example of a situation in Columbus where, obviously we're not rural, but Chatco or Chattahoochee County south of us and then Harris County north of us are both rural counties. And so I work with those work-based learning youth apprenticeship people that's in those counties who work within their chambers of commerce and their high schools to communicate the opportunities of Pratt Whitney. I actually go down and present at Chatco High School or Chattahoochee County High School, and then present also at Harris County High School And so still looking for the same skill set that the students would have an interest in the program. So those are just two neighboring counties that have agreed to work with us to help with the growth that we have locally. With Pratt Whitney, obviously, in their growth pattern right now, but the other companies, the smaller companies, just signed a apprenticeship piece with a heat and air company that just started in August. And so that particular company has 40 employees. And so the student did not have transportation. And believe it or not, the small business said, well, we dispatch trucks throughout the whole day, and the student's training to become an HVAC, technician, so we can just dispatch a truck to pick up the student at the high school. And I thought, wow, that's a perfect world right there. So that's I think just trying to work through the communications and all that we have in place in this great state of Georgia to do business, we have an opportunity to grow our young folks up the right way, and by using all the things we have in place, the technical school system of Georgia, the Department of Education, work-based learning, youth apprenticeship, and then what great companies we do have here in Georgia as well, working with and creating these partnerships. But that was a simple, student did not have transportation, and we talked about that. And so the employer just said, I've got a solution for that. We'll just pick him up. And that's what they do every day. So it's a pretty cool situation.
And you kind of touched on my question. Tim, Laura, Ron, in the school systems with work-based learning, is there a piece missing that we should be doing something to help with to make, because you're going to have a lot of one-offs, and to truly work with these small businesses, they're not going to need 3 or 5 or 10, they're going to need one. And is there something that we have in place, whether it's state board rule or state law, that if parted away a little bit or gotten out of the way a little bit would help in that situation as well?
I know. We work with advisory boards, and we do presentations also at Rotary and Chamber, and we just took on a law firm that is taking an apprentice on board that they want to work in their office. And so we met her through our advisory board. And so I think just sitting down with each individual small business and saying, what are your needs? Well, these are the skills that our students are learning. We have a lot of students in our construction programs. We have them at both of our high schools. And heating and air, electrical, Swaffer Construction, who's a big construction up, they pick up our students left and right to go on and be apprentices after they complete our career tech pathway. So I think having a lot of business and industry on our advisory boards, as well as making those presentations at Rotary and Chamber, helps us cater a program or an apprentice for whatever the needs are of that business.
To your point, in asking a question about I saw here about what do we do, or the other states doing other things, or et cetera. Just last month, Georgia hosted the first work-based learning national conference that's ever happened. And that was hosted right in Savannah. And so we had a lot of companies, a lot of the people who do work-based learning, youth apprenticeship throughout the state there, but there were 21 states recognized. And so I think the things that we have, the 24 standards we use within work-based learning to govern and assess our own programs internally, obviously it's almost a facilitator by facilitator situation. However, there are some great facilitators in this state who are out there every day beating on the doors, knocking on the doors of the business partners and the other post-secondary pieces, whether it be TCSG, whether it be higher ed, whichever one it be, whichever focuses those students in the right direction. So I can say that Georgia and has led the way and some great leadership from the Department of Ed. Mr. Dwayne Hobbs is our program specialist there, and he does a great job.
And I think part of what Terry was asking is that, y'all have done a great job because y'all have got needs, and so y'all have gone to the technical colleges and y'all have gone to the public schools and said, this is what we need, can y'all work with us? And they're willing to do that. But what we're trying to do is to come up with a system that works all over Georgia. And so you almost need to institutionalize the assertiveness that y'all have shown. And I guess what we're asking, are there, a lot of what we do here is, and one of the chief questions we ask, what are the barriers that keep economic development from happening in rural Georgia? Because that's our focus. And so my question would be, are there barriers that whether they're regulatory or statutory, that we need to remove or to incentivize this to happen? Because this is a great model for creating jobs and workforce development for people who want good jobs, who want skills, make a good living, and not necessarily go to college.
Yeah, Chairman, I've answered part of that question at least. I think the good news is there's a lot of awareness around the state, and I travel around the state, not as much as you guys, but a fair amount for various reasons. And I think everywhere I've been, the conversations are along these lines, and they're good. I do think, though, that there's more that could be done to incentivize, and I use that word really very loosely, to incentivize the technical colleges and the high schools to make this something that's part of their day-to-day discussion. And although we've made great strides, and I'll just obviously continue using Savannah as an example with Savannah Tech and the school system, I think we've made great strides in working together, but that was not a conversation that was as natural as you might have thought, because each side is working hard to do their thing. They're getting measured on certain things, and they're not getting measured at all on or incentivized on how well they work together. And once we got, when I say we, I mean the community, not we Gulfstream, but once we got the groups talking, everybody was wanting to do the same thing, wanting to work together, but the system is not set up to encourage that in as strong a way as I think it could. Dual enrollment's been a big help, absolutely, but that's something, that an area I think that could deserve a little more attention. I wish I had a silver bullet answer as to how to do that from a policy perspective, and I'm sorry I don't, but I see that as a little bit of a gap.
Darlene?
Mr. Chairman, one of the things that keeps coming up, how we apply this to rural communities. And as a small business in a rural community, and as a business owner, how do I get good employees? What I've done is sort of had to make my own way. There is not an apprentice program. I work with my technical college. I need claims processors. They can learn coding. They can learn things like medical terminology, and then I have to train them on my system, how it works. I have used part-time students, and a lot of times they'll get halfway into it. I actually have had nursing students that decided they didn't want to touch people, and they had the background, but they didn't want those skills. So we don't have an organized program or a way to do it. We've sort of had to piecemeal it, and I think that's what they're talking about. How can we work? I might hire 2 people a year. Sometimes it's 3, but it's not going to be a full program like what you do. And that's what we're kind of looking for. How can we make that happen? I know some of the things that I've had to overcome, and I'm assuming they're going to be the same things you are. The soft skills are the first thing, showing up for work. Have you got a secret to make that work? The soft skills, I guess, is probably the biggest one that we have. I don't know if it's the youth. They just don't realize the significance of the rest of the job depends on you being there for that day. Is that something we need to teach in the high schools or part of the technical college? And how have you overcome it? I guess that's where I'm going. Anybody?
Well, we are teaching those skills in all of our career tech classes in the high school, all those soft skills. And I've had employers tell me also that they let a student go because they would not put that cell phone away. That cell phone has been a big issue. But then I went and visited another employer, Topan, and he said they have to keep their cell phones in their car. If there's an emergency, they can call the switchboard, they'll page them. But to eliminate any issues, they just tell them cell phones stay in the car. But we do teach those soft skills in all of our career tech courses. That's the first standard for every course that we're teaching in the high school.
And the students also have the opportunity to have a mentor. So, even the work-based learning coordinator acts as a mentor for that student. stays in touch with the student. And then, you know, we also make sure that we assign a mentor at the job site to work with that student and help that student develop. Now, you do have some companies, smaller companies, will take a chance on hiring a student because they want to develop that student. And so, you know, we do have some companies that, you know that they may get a student that does not have the necessary skills, and they are actually looking for a project or looking for someone that they can develop.
Thank you.
Chad?
One of the comments earlier from the panel, I don't remember who said it now, was to participate in this program, you'd have to go back to high school. Y'all told somebody that down on the end.
To the parents, yes.
And not, I want to pick on that. I think that's some of our problem. If you want to fix some of the hurdles, if you will, with these apprenticeship type programs to get into these industries that are at risk, critical need, whatever the case may be, you got to change the perception of the people who are already working there, so that when you're looking for where you want to work and where you'd like to end up, it's something that's appealing. Case in point, in rural Georgia, in Fargo, Georgia, I don't think it gets much more rural than about 300 population. You take a man making $70,000, $75,000 a year, but he's broke on Monday. Okay, there's a problem. The people around him see that, the youth growing up, they see him struggling financially. He's making the money, but he doesn't have the skills to budget his income, his household, the way that he and his wife need to. If you could open up and give that man, that lady some skills, and I think, Mr. Chairman, if we can figure out a way to do that, to partner the apprenticeship not only with the youth, dual enrollment works where it is, but these apprenticeship programs, there's some that, hey, we got to rein them back in and say, look, you've got your work ethics there, your skill sets are there from, you know, you can weld, you can operate heavy machinery, you can fill in the blank, whatever it is. But man, you're struggling over here on this side, and we want to help round you out, polish you off if we can. Not that I can do it or anyone else has a silver bullet, but if we, personal finance, and if you kind of change the perception, that guy or that lady is, they're walking a little taller in town. You didn't change their income level at all. You didn't cost that business another benefit package. You didn't cost them an increase in salary on their overhead. But you were able to change the life of that individual. They were able to walk a little prouder at the rec field when they went to watch their kid play Little League. Somebody happened to catch that glimmer and that little hope in their eye, and they said, you know, I want to do what he does. I want to do what she does. I want to do whatever it is that career path may take them. And then they want to engage in that apprenticeship program because maybe they don't have all the opportunities in life that they need, and that's what this is about. This is about taking somebody who, we don't need to just capture at-risk people. We need to capture people to help an at-risk industry, whatever the case may be. The person should never be the at-risk here. I was thinking about trucking when you were giving your graphs earlier.
Yes, sir.
You hit over 12,000 a day was a record mark, and we're putting inland ports. And I agree, our roads are only going to get more congested with over 10 million Georgians. We've got to figure out a way to move containers. Trucking's an at-risk industry in this state. Well, that's great. The Georgia Ports Authority can build rail yards and inland ports to take truckers off. What about Sam's Produce and Clay's Peas? They got to hire a trucker to move them. They don't have an inland port. Do you have one in Moultrie or Turner County? I mean, you got to have a truck to get it there. But what I'm saying is, and we start looking at those types of industries, and you start looking at a small business to where the HR man's the janitor and the CEO. Sam, Clay, me, Dominic, fill in the blank around this room, whoever else subscribes to that. Whatever. We'll debate that later. My point is, I'm a fan of programs, but Dr. Bridges, I want to see something happening. It's working where y'all are doing it. Hands down, it's working. But I want to know how we're going to get more drivers, how we're going to turn around the people that are there, how we're going to get more people to come drive sophisticated farm equipment in rural Georgia. I don't know. I agree that they need to put their phones down, leave them in the car if that job doesn't entail it. But I've got some people I need to send them to school to learn how to use it better, so they can communicate with me in a modern world. You know what I mean? And I think that's industry specific, but I think the apprenticeship programs have got to be opened up to where non-traditional people can engage in it.
Talking about learning how to use these better, you're playing a little close to the corns. I'm just gonna tell you, just ease up now. Some of us a little
I will be
slower.
the first to sign up for the program.
All right, so we come to the point of wrapping this panel up. Any last questions from the panel? Well, some of you are sticking around.
Any closing remarks?
Any closing remarks? I know Jay has samples, Gulfstream samples in the trunk of his car. They're 1/64 scale models. Jay will be back with us in just a minute too, and Tim, I think, is coming back in on this next panel. So y'all may not want to even get up unless you just need to stretch. We're gonna any closing comments real quick, Lee?
One program I failed to mention that might satisfy or might put make Mr. Nimmer, Representative Nimmer happy. Reverend Nimmer. We have a program called the Maritime Logistics Education Task Force. It's also partners with the area school systems. It was created by private maritime and logistics businesses, and they've created an internship program and an education program within the school system. And it serves certainly, the Savannah area, because that's where most of our maritime logistics type jobs are. But it was developed completely by private industry. The port is engaged with it, the school system is engaged with it, but it is private businesses putting their heads together on how do we get more kids to go into this industry. I don't think that it would be too far of a stretch to do that in forestry or other local industries throughout the state. But of course, that's not a state, thing. It's not a local thing. It's a private thing, and it's just taking volunteers from the area to put it together. So I'd be happy to share any information or that y'all want.
I do think one of the things you'll run into some hurdles when you get into deep rural industries where it's a lot of hands-on heavy machinery, 18-wheelers such as that. You're going to encounter without fail, and we have already partnered with Coastal Pines Technical College on some stuff, insurance hurdles, where insurance companies will just come in and they'll shut the door and say, we're not going, you can't do this. And that kind of, when you get through a process of setting curriculum and rigor levels and certificate dates, and all of a sudden you realize that it's all a non-starter because of an insurance gap, then you kind of scratch your head and go, okay, what now?
All right, let's thank our panel. So we're going to, in the interest of time, we're going to forego the break. If you need to break, just quietly rise, dismiss yourself, and come back. But we're going to move into our supply and demand section. And Amy Lancaster with the Metro Chamber, she's Director of Workforce Development for the Metropolitan Atlanta Chamber of Commerce. And while the Metro Chamber is Metro Atlanta, it's also concerned about the state of Georgia, and they've been incredibly helpful in some of the comments that they've brought to the table to us previously. And following that, we'll have another panel discussion, and we'll have Dr. Eric Thomas come back up, Commissioner Matt Arthur with TCSG, Dr. Tristan Denley with the University System of Georgia, Jay Neely's coming back after he hands out samples, and Tim Vinson will be back here in just a minute as well. So, and sales contracts, yes, they're on the back table. So, Amy, if you don't mind, go ahead, and then we'll bring the panel together after you wrap up with your initial comments.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman England and Chairman Powell and members of the Rural Development Council Committee. I appreciate you having me here today. And yes, we are vested in what happens all over the state of Georgia, and not just in the Metro Atlanta area. So one of my favorite subjects is education and workforce, and I love data, and this will be somewhat data heavy, but I'll try to make it as exciting as possible. I'll go through an overview and then run through the occupations in demand, entry-level gaps, some information on earnings, and some recommendations. However, feel free to ask questions as we go, and I'm more than happy to do that just as we go along instead of all at the end. So just to give you a little brief history as to how this project got started, the Your Talent, Your Future program or report was actually started back in 2015. We had, as a business association, workforce and talent is a big issue and challenge that we hear from our members, and it's not just in Atlanta, but across the country, but we're really trying to get a better handle on where these gaps are. And so we brought together all the right people, and a lot of them are here in this room. We had Georgia Department of Education, the Technical College System of Georgia, the University System of Georgia, Georgia Department of Economic Development's Workforce Division, Governor's Office of Student Achievement, and Georgia Student Finance Commission, all at the table helping us with this and making sure that we're pulling this information together as best as possible. Just to give you some context as to how we're looking at the gaps, we are looking at job postings as a proxy for demand. And so we are comparing the job postings to what we're conferring in our post-secondary system. So like a year of job postings to a year of degrees and certifications conferred. For the postings, one of the key pieces that we looked at was entry-level postings. In our work with students on our Intern Navigator site is students struggle to get their foot in the door if they don't have any work experience. So really trying to calculate the demand based on entry level, so 0 to 2 years experience versus the entire demand spectrum, because if it's like 5 to 7 years experience, there's not much our education and higher education system can do about that right now. So let's focus on where the demand is for what they're producing right now. So that gives you a little bit of context there. At a very, very high level, we've done well in the state of Georgia for job postings. 2015 to 2016 saw a 5% increase. We saw a little bit of a decrease from 2016 to 2017, but 2015 to 2016 then at the national level saw a 3% decrease versus our 5% increase. When we looked at year-to-date postings, we're on track to maintain 2017 levels. However, compared to the national level, they're going to exceed significantly what they had in 2017. As of at the end of September, they're at 99% of their 2017 numbers when you look at the nation as a whole. So a little catching up to do, but we are the best state in the country to do business, so we've got a lot going for us. We do have some challenges, though. When it comes to economic mobility, Georgia is 42nd out of 50. We are behind Florida at 40 and Tennessee at 41. Don't like to be behind Florida and Tennessee, for sure. And when it comes to Atlanta, of the 25 largest metros, Atlanta ranks last when it comes to economic mobility. So some areas for challenge or areas for opportunity. So at a very, very high level, this is demand. And I mentioned entry-level demand. I know y'all can't see this, so I'm going to tell you what's important on this. There is a report that I'll share. This is over the last 6 years, starting 2011 through 2016. Healthcare, trucking are your two biggest occupations. There's been increases in registered nurses, 57% between 2015 and 16 over the prior 4 years, and 65% in truck drivers. When we also talk about entry-level positions, those are the two industries that are most receptive to 0 to 2 years experience. The other high-demand areas are these ones kind of at the top middle, computers. Those types of occupations are the least receptive to entry-level. Only 25 to 28% of those job postings are open for 0 to 2 years experience. The big demand in that space is the 5 to 7 years. Any questions on demand before I move forward? The other piece that we initially did this report back in 2016. 2016. And then in 2017, we updated it just because the way the iPEDS data, the data around conferees was updated. But we wanted to bring in income information. There we go, sorry. Because as you hear, there are lots of great jobs that are available that we're not getting people trained for, or enough people trained for, I should say. And there's helping students understand the value of that degree or certification is critical. So when we looked at the top 15 most in-demand occupations, we also looked at what are those entry-level wages. So the pink here is, as you would expect, those are bachelor's degrees. So entry-level occupations that typically require a bachelor's degree to get into those positions. The orange, which the only one that is slightly orange, is actually half orange and half pink, is registered nurses. And then the blues are your certification, or some are just a high school diploma, but some sort of certification. So this red line that's in the middle, that's your minimum livable wage. So MIT comes up with a figure. It's $11.35 an hour in the state of Georgia for a single adult. So we can't control how many kids people have, so we tried to pick something that was somewhat universal. So a single adult. So in that space, you see tractor trailer drivers is the primary certificate that yields a livable wage. This is not the only certification at that level. These are based on the top 15 occupations, based on demand. So we're going to go into it a little bit more. There's actually some better information regarding the certifications that lead to livable wages. But we thought it's important because there is, as Jay mentioned, there are lots of great ways to earn a healthy wage and a livable wage, and it doesn't all require a bachelor's degree. So if we don't look at those earnings initially, we'll never incorporate that into the discussion. So the next piece is gaps. So we talked about the entry level. Yes, ma'am.
What year did you do that in? I saw truck drivers, and I know they might go on that.
So that's entry level wages. So that's part of it. So it's 2016. It's the year 2016, and the reason there's a delay is the iPEDS data. It takes a while for it to update. So it's the school year ending 2016. So we didn't want to measure. We actually did it in 2017, but we didn't want to measure demand after they already graduated. So we do a thing called a crosswalk, which is where we take the standard occupation codes and take that and compare that to the classification of instruction programs. So that is your CIP code. So you have major CIP codes that all of the schools use. So business is one CIP code, chemistry will be a CIP code, and then we take that and compare that to what are those occupations that degree or that program or certification leads to. And then we compare demand. So what are those job postings for those specific SOC codes throughout the entire state versus what are the degrees and certifications in those same programs that we're delivering. The way that we've done this analysis, it assumes a closed talent market so that we're not importing or exporting talent. We know that we import talent. We actually have to import talent, and we also export talent. But the reality is that we need to see how well we're delivering on our own talent needs here in Georgia for our local employers. So at this certification level, this is just a technical college certificate or credential. These are in order based on what's most conferred, not based on where demand is. So if you see this pink line jut out underneath, that's your demand. So at the very top, we have health professions, and it's really good that the certifications most conferred is in that space. Well, at this point, it looks like we are a little bit oversupplied in that area at this level of education. There was a we doubled between 2015 and 2016 the number of job postings at this level of education, and healthcare doubled. So we actually expect to see that be undersupplied significantly when we update the report next year. On business management and marketing, you see a significant undersupply. This is your administrative assistants, your sales clerks, your office managers, those types of things. one of the things that we've looked into this further to identify which specific occupations those are, but when we look at the earnings for these certificates, it doesn't correlate with this mismatch in demand. So more work to do in there. And then at the bottom, you'll see the transportation and materials moving and construction trades, and that those are significantly undersupplied in both of those areas. And so that correlates to a lot with what's happening with the port and just how much cargo is moving through the state. Any questions on that one before I move forward? Okay. At the associate's degree level, and this is where the crosswalk piece comes into play, we broke it down based on level of education because there's significant difference in demand at the different levels of education. So for the associate's degree, we've got, you see NA as the demand piece. So when we did the crosswalk and ran the job postings based on an associate's degree, there were actually no job postings in that area. So all of the job postings that crosswalked required a bachelor's degree. So in talking with the university system, we know that 35% of those liberal arts students that earn an associate's degree plan to go on to pursue a bachelor's degree, but 65% aren't. So how are we making sure that they're getting the skills they need? We know that there's value in liberal arts when you look at the top skills, soft skills, communications, writing, problem solving. Those are all inherent to a liberal arts program, so they bring skills to the table, but there's no demand for that specific degree. So how can we make sure that they're incorporating the skills that are in demand so that they're as marketable as possible? And how can we help them to continue their education if what they really need is a bachelor's degree? On the health professions, this is an area where we're significantly undersupplied. So you've got 6 times as many job postings at the associate's degree level as we do associate's degrees being conferred in that space. Yes.
Professions. And I've had this come up numerous times with folks I've talked to. I know that, you know, we have hospitals all over the state looking for nurses, advertising for nurses constantly, all different levels of nurses. And I've had several individuals that are constituents of mine and folks I've talked to around the state that have nursing degrees or just graduating with nursing degrees. But yet when they go to the hospital to apply, the hospital tells them, well, you need to have 1 year, at least 1 year experience before we'll. So if they're a nurse wanting to go to work in a hospital, but a hospital will not hire unless they have experience, how is someone supposed to get that 1 year of clinical experience in a hospital without being able to get hired by a hospital?
Exactly, that is part of the challenge, and some of that is on industry. Not everything is on the system side of it, right?
Well, I understand.
Part of it is on industry. I think there's a piece in there around EPIC training, and the cost to train on that is significant, so they want to make sure that to hire people that already have that training. I know it's a proprietary license, and it's not necessarily something that can be trained through the system, from what I understand. I do think at some point sharing this type of information with industry so they understand if you're going to continue to poach, that's not a sustainable talent acquisition process. So how do we help them to see that, or is there more to the discussion? So there is some good work happening up in Cobb County with Wellstar where they're trying to get around this and get to that exact piece. Like, why can't we get in the door? What do we need to be ready to get in the door so that we can the students can provide value as they come in and get that opportunity. So, and then on the business management and marketing, you see, again, significant demand relative to supply in that space. And that's kind of where, how can we leverage some of the liberal arts training? We need liberal arts training, especially with problem solving and communications and writing, and not writing on your text, on your cell phone, but writing full sentences, that type of thing. So where can we kind of do more of a cross-training in those areas so that the liberal arts students are as marketable as possible? And then at the bachelor's degree level, we've got business and management and marketing at the top, which is exactly where we'd want to see it based on demand, and health professions coming in at number 2. We're still significantly undersupplied in the healthcare space at this level. And then on business management and marketing, we have 2.5 times job postings per each conferee, so each degree conferred. However, you'll see here we've got psychology, social sciences that are significantly oversupplied. And a shout out to Marshall, a history major. They bring a lot of value to the table. How do we make them as marketable as possible to ensure that they have the business skills and the business acumen that the workplace is looking for? So is it conversations around with academic advising and career advising together, which is starting to happen a lot more about, okay, if you're gonna go into psychology, if you're not gonna go in to get a master's or a doctorate in psychology, then making sure that your electives are in line with business so that you are more marketable. That's where you're gonna end up more than likely, is in some sort of business role. And so making sure that they understand the nuances that they need to make their degrees as valuable as possible. I did pull some data specific to the Georgia Mountains Region 2 and Region 10 around the gaps. And so over the next 5 years, the occupations that will have the highest gaps in Region 2 are registered nurses, general and operations managers, and software developers and programmers. So that kind of falls in line with what we see as overall demand at the state level, business, healthcare, and technology. For 1 year employment growth, the biggest industries, just by looking at the projected growth of employment, is healthcare, construction, and then accommodations and food service. Again, that's for Region 2, the Georgia Mountains area. For Region 10, Southwest Georgia, the top occupation that they expect to see gaps over the next 5 years is, again, registered nurses. So it's something that is critical everywhere throughout the state. And then the second one is farmers and ranchers. And then we do see, this one was a little bit different in the projected growth and employment. Healthcare was the #1 industry, but we saw using Jobs EQ, it actually showed that manufacturing was going to have the highest decrease in employment over the next year. So some of these things, Jobs EQ, some of it is like a crystal ball, but some of it is pretty spot on accurate. So that's something to consider as we're building out programs. Where do we put those? Where is there going to be consistent demand or relative consistent demand? And is there something in the marketplace that is changing that demand forecast for that Southwest region? The next piece is around the earnings piece. And as Jay mentioned, there are a lot of ways to earn a good living that don't require a 4-year degree. That is one of the things. A 4-year degree does typically increase, on average, your earnings are higher, you're less likely to be unemployed, and those are wonderful things. A lot of it gets buried in the averages, and that's not the case for everybody. There are a significant number of degrees that are underemployed, and so how do we, they definitely are still employed, but they're not leveraging their full degree in wherever they're working. So how can we make sure that these are better aligned with workforce demands? And I think part of it is sharing the earnings outcomes for students that have gone through the program. So Governor's Office of Student Achievement launched the Georgia Hire, Learn, and Earn website, where you can go on there and look at the average earnings 1 year and 5 years out for every program at every technical college and university system school in the state. And so if there's less than 10 students in that cohort, it won't have data, but you can look at the program level at the state and get a state average. So just some quick highlights. We looked at the state averages, and this was for 2016. I will say there has been some upward movement, which is good. And again, these are based on the degrees or certifications most conferred. So when you look at the certificate level, you've got business operations and cosmetology at the tail end here. So the orange bar is your 1 year mark, and your pink bar is your 5 year mark. So again, that red line is a livable wage, and so they're not quite there. So when I showed you earlier about the demand for business at the certificate level, this doesn't correlate, because that should be a lot higher if there's that significant amount of demand. But there are some certificates that do present a lot of earning potential. So the highest earning certificate for industrial equipment maintenance makes $35,400 1 year out and $42,300 5 years out. And that's an average across the state for all of the programs. And when we compared that to the associate's degree certificates, that was on par with some of the higher earning associate degree certificates. So when you average all of the different associate's degrees, it was actually not that different from the technical college certificate. So seems to be a bit a lag in there when it comes to associate's degrees. So how we see that there's demand, are they in the right place? Is there barriers to entry with employment and with the employers themselves that are precluding people from leveraging the degrees that they have in that space? Potentially. And then the last earnings slide, and this is kind of where I think it's critical that we understand what degrees and certifications are most valuable in the state. I think especially when you talk about first-generation students and low-income students whose parents aren't networked quite like we might be, that this is critical information. So looking at biology, so 1 year out, it was $17,976. This is a 4-year degree. This was the average in 2016, and that equates to $8.64 an hour. So if you consider this, 59% of students graduate with student loans, averaging $27,000 or more, there's something we can do about that. STEM is important. Not all STEM is created equal in Georgia, but how can we make sure that they're getting the different skills they need to leverage that degree so that they can get that return on that investment? Any questions before I go on to recommendations? Y'all aren't excited about this data. I love this data. I don't understand. So at a high level, some of our policy recommendations are increased post-secondary education completion. We've got some great open access institutions. We also need to help students complete college. So when you look at the way Hope Scholarship is administered right now, it serves a great purpose and it meets a lot of students' needs, but there's a lot more students that that we aren't covering. So how can we do that? By offering a state-sponsored need-based aid program. We are one of 2 states that does not offer a state-sponsored need-based aid program. The only other state that does not is New Hampshire, and they rank #1 when it comes to poverty. So they are the lowest state. They are the lowest state in the country with poverty. So I don't think that their need is quite there. We rank 44th when it comes to the number of people living in poverty in our state. When you look at the average earnings across the state, it's $51,000 is the average household income. When we looked at Bainbridge, according to one study by Raj Chetty, it shows that the average household income in Bainbridge for their students is $30,800. So the needs of that school are going to be much greater. When you look at the schools that have the highest percentage of students receiving Hope Scholarship, the average household income is $110,000. So where there's significant need. Another piece on, I'm not saying change Hope, I'm saying we need to recognize that there's needs that Hope is not meeting to help more students complete their post-secondary education. The other piece that I would like to see happen to Hope is extending the time period from 7 to at least 10 years, if not more. Again, Bainbridge, 41% of their students are over 25. They're automatically cut off from Hope just because they've aged out. If they graduated at 18, they can't get it after they hit 25 automatically. But as we've seen, I think that there are lots of opportunities for promoting continuous learning. So as Gulfstream mentioned, you can come in through an apprenticeship program and make a good wage and then continue your education. Large corporations can help support if they have those programs in place for their employees to continue their education. Small and mid-sized businesses may not be able to do that, so how can we help them to continue and continue to upskill themselves to increase their earning potential and continue to meet the needs of our workforce? The other piece is accelerate training, and I swear I didn't pay Jay to say all this, but really leveraging the Move On When Ready, the dual enrollment, so that we are increasing how quickly students can get the relevant training that they need and start earning a paycheck. When you look at low-income students, not working is not an option. So they need to work and go to school in order to support themselves. So how can we make it so that they can increase their earning potential as quickly as possible and have better connectivity and with all of the systems in place? Incentivizing workforce outcomes. And I think that comes across the board. Is that incentivizing employer behavior so that there's increased access to those opportunities, like in the healthcare space? What is it that's preventing them from doing that? At some point, you have to say, your bottom line is struggling. Wouldn't it be more cost effective to actually train somebody in that program and let them in right out of school than just continually poaching and losing a nurse for a few dollars more? So is it incentivizing the employer community? Is it incentivizing education and higher education? So it goes beyond just degree attainment and pathway completion to what are those workforce outcomes when they leave your institutions? I don't think it should go all the way to the extreme, but I think that not incorporating some sort of market of measurable market component in there and just leaving that completely off the table is not the answer either. And then enhance education and workforce data capabilities. So they spoke a lot on this previous panel about some of the different things that are happening that are outside of the education system. And Representative Nimmer, or Reverend Nimmer, talked about how do we help people out that are not in the K-12 system right now. We have a lot of people that have graduated or dropped out that still need to be plugged into the workforce, and there are some great programs that help with that. There are federal dollars that help with that, but there are some major shortcomings with that too. And so how can we better see the return on investment and the outcomes of those types of programs so that we know where to scale and where to replicate? And then the last piece is increase exposure and awareness. And I think this goes on multiple levels. One, we've got a great tool available to us, the U-Science tool, but it's about helping students not just that are currently plugged into the system, but if they're part of the workforce system, it's about identifying where their interest, their aptitude, and the opportunity all overlay. You cannot leave any of those out. So if opportunity is not part of that equation, how are we going to get them plugged into a career pathway that will actually sustain them? And that requires better ratios of school counselors to students. Not only at the high school level, but also at the college level. There's an average of 1,500 students to one career counselor at the college level. So there's still a lot of work to be done. Just because they pick a degree doesn't mean they're going to be guaranteed success when they finish. So making sure that awareness across the board, whether it's with students understanding the value and the mixture of their degree or their certification, obviously exposing parents to what the opportunities are and what they really pay. The business community about the resources and the value of implementing an apprenticeship program and then the supports to do that. So with that, I'm open to any questions, and I think you've got a question.
I have a problem in my community. I live in southeast Georgia, a real rural town, and I was approached last week by our largest employee, which is Chaparral Boats, and the jobs are there, and they've had to shut down a shift. They were running 3 shifts because they don't have don't have the workforce. But they are having problems with people passing drug tests and not wanting to work. Now, those seem to be our bit. We've got the jobs, but people don't want to work and they can't pass the drug test. What can we do about that?
I don't know that it's that they don't want to work. There may be barriers that are keeping them from work. So one of the things they talked about is people not showing up, right? And I think that there is, if you have been displaced from the workplace for a long time, you don't know the culture. There are some management tools that help employers manage employees that have not been in the workplace before and understand business culture.
I'm sorry, I don't follow you.
So no, like when you talk about somebody that is not showing up to work, we're doing a program called Opportunity ATL. It's about connecting out of school, out of work youth 16 to 24 back into the workforce. And there is some education on the employer side about how to manage that. And part of it is they didn't show up. They just never showed up and never came back. What happened? So it happened to be this one individual. She didn't have her. She had a young child, and her mother couldn't watch her kid that day. So then she couldn't come, but she never communicated that. And so how do we make sure that that type of communication is happening and that they're not completely cut off from that? I think that there is value in actually saying what's happening instead of, oh, now I can't ever go back, making that complete assumption without ever calling in the first place. So there is some of that. I think that are you referring to the opioid epidemic? That's a big challenge. I think that it's an addiction and it's not as easily addressed as,
if you're not only the opioid, if you're a drug-free workplace and they random test you, now, I don't think you can, if you have marijuana, can you still work and get your drug-free workplace? Y'all are with the chamber. I don't know. I don't have a
No. So we've talked with, we've been talking at the national level about that one as well, is how does that work in places like Colorado where that is legal, right? At least marijuana, right? Yeah. There are some challenges, depends on the level, the type of business too, right? If you want to be a drug-free workplace, if somebody has marijuana, doesn't that affect your insurance and everything? Yes, it does, and I think
so. The companies can't really employ people that if they test positive to marijuana, not just stronger drugs than that.
True. I think it depends on their policy of how often they test and what their other, like we've talked with employers that do a lot of consulting work, and for them it's a big challenge because it means they would have to renegotiate all of their contracts with their with the businesses that they serve to incorporate that in. So it is a big challenge, and I don't know the answer to that.
Let us do this. Why don't we go on and bring the panel up? Because these are some of the questions that really some of those folks can help answer. So, Amy, if you want to sit down there, and Dr. Thomas, Matt Arthur with Technical College System of Georgia. There's Matt. It's scary to have something that big behind you and you don't realize it's there. Dr. Tristan Denley with the University System. Jay Neely's coming back up, and Tim Vinson's coming back up. So. We'll open up really kind of to start with, just let each kind of make a few comments on the subject, and then we'll go back to questions after that. So, Dr. Thomas, if you want to start off, then we'll just go down the table.
As I said a little bit earlier, I think the conversation, I don't have many comments at the moment, I think the conversation from a K-12 standpoint is what is our responsibility to prepare our next line of workers. And I think any opportunity to hear from business organizations, from industry, from higher ed, from career tech facilities and fields, simply gives us a much better understanding of what we should be doing from a K-12 standpoint, particularly when we talk about sort of the rural Georgia context. So at the moment, just looking forward to the conversation and quite honestly taking lots of notes so that we can figure out how to do a much better job.
So on the big picture question, do we have a supply problem? The answer is from an airplane factory perspective, absolutely. A few comments in that regard. One, to really set the stage and reinforce the obvious urgency. So Derek Zimmerman is president of the customer support part of Gulfstream. That's all the maintenance facilities, so on and so forth. You heard me say earlier that Savannah has the largest business airplane maintenance operation around. I was with him 3 weeks ago. We were having this conversation focused on a few key areas in his business, but in particular, not exclusively by any stretch, but in particular the A&P, the certified airplane mechanics we were talking about. So he said the following. He said, look, our business is doing well. We're growing. I have everything save one that I need to double the size of the customer support business at Gulfstream over the next roughly 8 years, except for one thing. He said, I've got all the customers I need because we're building airplanes, and every time we build a new one, that's more work to be done. Is I've got the customers. I've got the funds to build the new facilities. General Dynamics, our parent company, very much likes our business, and as you guys have seen, $1 billion+, $1.3 billion in Savannah in the last 15 years. They know how to invest in our business. He said, the only constraint that I have to my ability to double the size of our business in the next 8 years is A&P mechanics. A Delta statistic, but it really hammers it home, and I'm just using A&P as an example. So I'm told that Delta has about 80,000 mechanics in their whole network, not just in Georgia, but their whole network. Of those 80,000, 30,000 will retire in the next 5 years. 30,000. So just between Gulfstream and Delta are by far the largest, but the state of Georgia is not putting out enough, and it doesn't have plans to put out enough A&P mechanics to satisfy just our needs, never mind people that might get exported. So we definitely have a demand problem, and that's a pretty loaded conversation to have. The other thing I want to touch on, and before I pass the mic over, is really where we were right before the panel came to sit down, and it's just the soft skills piece. Absolutely, it's an issue. Both anecdotally, just last week actually at the Savannah Chamber that I'm active working with, we got the results of a survey of our membership, and not surprisingly, a workforce development survey, and not surprisingly, soft skills is right at the top. I don't pretend to have all the answers, but I would suggest this, that unfortunately, our school systems are now being forced to take on a lot more of the child raising burdens than prior generations. It's not right, but it is what it is. And my 2 cents worth is I would strongly encourage us as a state in school systems and the like to beginning at pre-K, kindergarten, beginning that, to have our schools teach and operate under a soft skills discipline so that we catch the kids early. I mean, when they're still learning how to speak full sentences, quite frankly. Big fan of school uniforms because it teaches that discipline, no matter what the uniform is. But I think, and there are school systems in the state that have done this and done it starting at the kindergarten level. But I really think if we do that, that can make a difference. It's not going to change what happens tomorrow, but it can make a difference. And I'll end on this one example. I was in a local community, rural community school system a little less than a year ago on this subject, and they had done a number of things to change their graduation rate from about 60% to over 90%. And there were a lot of things they'd done, but one of the things in particular impressed me, and it's relevant here. They stopped referring to their kids as being in first grade, second grade, third grade. From kindergarten forward, they were the class of 2030 or the class of whatever. And they had a little over 5 years of experience with this. And the numbers backed it up, but it really drives home this point, and that is that if you start early and you stay consistent, you can really make a cultural change even when the culture outside the classroom in the community is maybe pulling in the other direction.
Talking about those retirements and everything, do you find that former legislators have any trainable skills to be airplane mechanics? I mean, I just...
Well, we don't have any direct evidence of success, but I think
Okay.
we just keep trying.
Anecdotally, okay.
Yeah, I'm here today to speak on behalf of Pratt Whitney for Tom Bodie, and so the answer to the question that we asked him was exactly the same. You know, the employability skill is what they're looking for. In our district and in our post-secondary schools, we do not teach gas turbine mechanics within those settings. So, but they do that at Pratt Whitney. So I think that's key. But we do teach employability skills through all of our standard one in CTAE for each CTAE class, middle school and high school, is employability skill development. And so I think that's critical. It probably needs to go all the way back down, just like Jay is saying, down to the kindergarten level in order to really define the students and start getting them immersed into a working environment that has accountability. And I'm not saying that they're not held accountable now. I'm just saying that to create that environment in some form. Thank you.
Yeah, so good afternoon. I'm Tristan Denley. I'm Chief Academic Officer at the University System of Georgia. So let me just go through a number of things that the university system is undertaking to try to work with this issue. I guess the number one issue is attainment. That when it comes down to it, for us to be able to meet the workforce needs of the future of Georgia, we simply need to do a better job of enabling the students who come to our colleges to simply have a much more successful experience and be much more likely to walk out with a credential of value that they can then actually take into the place of work and pursue a meaningful career. So on the basis of that, we are undertaking really a comprehensive overview, a comprehensive attempt to try to improve student attainment. And there's the initiative we call the Momentum Year approach, which is, as I say, a multifaceted approach, everything from, first of all, working with students right from the very start when they walk in the door to understand, well, why am I in college? What am I aiming to do by being in college? Where do I see myself going as a college graduate? What do I intend to do with my degree? If I'm in a transfer associate's degree, well then where am I going to transfer? Because I know that this is half of the degree which I'm really attaining. So right from the very start, introducing career advice, planning advice, future advice into the very fabric of advising. But also recognizing that as we build those pathways from admittance to graduation, well, what are the data-informed design principles that we really need to do to enable all of those students to be as successful as they might be? So we have completely overhauled the way in which we do remediation to make sure that students, when they first walk in the door, they can get the crucial success in math and English that they need. Good statistic for you to have in your head is that students who are able to be successful in math and English in their first academic year are 10 times more likely to graduate than students who aren't. And over the years, the ways in which we've dealt with students who come to colleges and universities, TCSG and the university setting, who come less well prepared than we or they would like, over the years we have not done such a great job in enabling them to be successful. What you should know is that Georgia has been a national leader in changing the way in which we do that remediation, and so now the university system has completely changed over to a co-requisite approach to that, which is literally doubling the success rates for students in early math and English. So a concerted and comprehensive effort in enabling students to be much more successful in college and making sure that that success actually is pointed towards some definitive career and some definitive credential of value. Part of it is understanding, well, how are those programs constructed and how will they actually meet the needs of the workforce once students do graduate? And so, again, we began to work hard to build much closer relationships with industry sectors. So I'll give you a sort of a peek into that. So we've developed a new methodology we call career talent playbooks. So this is working with industry sectors at large to understand, just as President Bridges said earlier, we need to understand exactly what are the skills, knowledge, and ability basis that an industry sector needs, so that way when we create the degree programs, we can make sure that they actually have those. And so this methodology kind of goes something like this. So we actually go out and we take the job ads for people who are literally looking for careers in those particular industries. We take all of that and synthesize it down. And then we go back to the talent managers in that industry and say, well, it looks like you need this. Is that right? And then they say, well, yes, actually, that's exactly what we need. Or sometimes they say, well, it's pretty close, but actually what we need is this. And so then we get what we call these career talent playbooks, these career development playbooks, that then we can work with our universities, our colleges, and the development of those degree programs to make sure that the curricula that are actually being taught in those degree programs, we don't hope that they meet the needs of an industry. We don't suspect that they might meet the needs of an industry. We can make sure that they absolutely meet the needs of those industries, and not what's more, that on an ongoing basis we can make sure that as the needs unfold, so the programs will unfold. Now, clearly, this is work that's just beginning. So we're working our way through major industry sectors. I'll tell you one place where that's a very big piece for us, which is the financial technology sector, fintech industry. So $72 billion industry here in the state of Georgia. They need 5,000 people, and they can't find but 3 of them. Right? There's an enormous need for people who have particular needs in the fintech industry. And so we've done 2 definitive things in that space right now. The first was to create a brand new concept, what we call a fintech academy. So this is a system-wide approach to meeting an industry sector need. So not starting one degree program at one university or one degree program at another, but instead bringing the full weight of all 26 universities and colleges in the system, all 330,000 students that are part of the system, and now using all of that to now develop and produce a viable pipeline on an ongoing basis to meet the needs of that particular industry. We believe that model is a really viable model for lots of different industries. I'd love to have a conversation about how we might use that same kind of approach, because these are problems which are far too big for any particular college or any particular university. These are problems where we need an entire statewide solution. And so this is our approach to try to create a viable pipeline in that sector, and we're looking to do similar kind of things with other industry sectors. Similarly, we've created an entirely new kind of degree. So you might say, well, we create degrees all the time. And you're right, we create degrees in this and we create degrees in that. The new kind of degree that I'm talking about is what's called a nexus degree. So this is a new degree that's part of the family of degrees, the associate, bachelor's, master's, doctoral degrees. Last time a new degree was created in the United States was in 1898. That was the associate's degree. And so the nexus degree is a brand new kind of credential. It's a 60-hour credential, which is deliberately designed exactly to meet the needs of industry sectors, high demand career initiatives. So the idea is this 60-hour credential contains the core curriculum, as every degree has to. The SAC COCR accreditor says that they have to have that core, but then the last 18 hours of that degree is deliberately created hand in glove with a major industry. And so we've created already nexus degrees in blockchain machine learning and blockchain data analysis. So Albany State actually was the first university to have 2 nexus degrees created. And maybe you're starting to think, well, who would the partner be for nexus degrees in Albany State in blockchain? Because that's the secret sauce of a nexus degree, that it really has to be created hand in glove with a major industry sector. Part of that nexus degree, at least a third of that nexus degree, has to be experiential learning, has to be an apprenticeship or a co-op or clinical placement or preceptorship, something like that. So it turns out that Miller actually is the major industry partner for Albany. Miller really wants to track where those 6-packs go, and so they need as many people as possible who are trained in the immutable kind of ledger that blockchain creates. Similarly, Columbus has a new nexus degree in post-production film, because I'm sure you know the city of Columbus is working hard to try to grow film production in its place. So we've created this entirely new kind of credential, which we really hope will meet the needs of industry in ways we haven't in the past.
be the one to take the liberty to ask the question that several are sitting up here thinking but not wanting to ask. What exactly is blockchain?
Blockchain. So there's others who probably know much more about blockchain than I do, but what I can tell you about blockchain is that, so it's a technology that creates an unchangeable ledger. Maybe that's the easiest way to think of it. So I could sit down and bore you with the mathematics, but it's basically a way to create a ledger where both of us know that neither of us could ever have gotten in and fiddled with it and changed it, so I could deceive you or you could deceive me about actually what was in that ledger. So you can imagine there's lots of different uses for that, in logistics, tracking things
Okay.
across the country, or in legal kind of contracting, or all kinds of things like that.
Gotcha.
As well as blockchain, Bitcoin. Bitcoin. Yeah, Bitcoin. Yeah.
Well, all righty then.
So
As,
hopefully,
as all of my colleagues up here that didn't know until about 2 seconds ago and were afraid to ask, now all of a sudden are experts on blockchain. Some have used some technology to find it, but anyway, okay. Matt,
I'm afraid I won't have the same accent, Dr. Denley. I didn't spend as much time in Mississippi and Tennessee as
that's
he did.
exactly right.
So won't have that same accent.
We're both from the South, just not the South.
That's right. Both from the South. You know, we see a great need out there, demand in a lot of fields. Where our students are being hired as fast as we can put them out. Representative Houston mentioned a really good thing that's real out there. 50% of our students, or people that want to be our students in CDL, almost half fail the drug test, so they can't be a truck driver. It's real, it's out there. Soft skills is the truth. We teach it in every single program we have. It's graded, but when you have Kubota that comes in and says, Matt, I need a program, I need somebody who can weld and somebody who can stand up for 8 hours, because that's what they're going to do. And so we developed that program for Kubota at Lanier. Said, okay, we'll teach them to weld, and they have to stand up for 8 hours. That's part of the program. And it goes back to soft skills. It goes back to what they're used to, they're used to sitting around, a lot of them, and playing video games. And that's not the skill level that that industry's looking for out there. So you go to A&P mechanics, they'll go through half a program, and nothing's more disciplined than that program as far as what it takes to get through. An elevator company will hire them before they get halfway through. But I mean, if they're a minute late, they're going to come on Saturday morning and give that minute back. And so they know that walking in the door, but still, it's tough on these students. It's tough on the ones that come in. So we are working on it. We've seen our student population go up when the rest of the nation is really either in two-year colleges or technical colleges really staying the same or going down some. We are growing at a small percentage. We see that growth in different programs. We see the growth in cybersecurity, huge, and we see it in some other programs. Where we are pushing to meet that need is in A&P, and if you followed what the governor announced last week, starting a whole new academy just for that. We are pushing CDL all the time. We've got over 40 some odd sites around the state. Each site costs $1 million to put in. That's what it costs to put in a CDL site. And we've got private companies that have them that we do the training. Once again, getting the number of students is tough. Our average age student is over 26. So you've got to ask yourself, what's happening between 18 and 26? Where are they at? They're coming to us at 26. So where are they going? That's the question, and it's in rural Georgia. It's in Atlanta. 20 of our 22 colleges have campuses in rural Georgia. We're right there. We have more dual enrollment in rural counties than we have anywhere else. and those students know they need something. And the high schools, we're working together as much as we can to get that. Rural counties understand that, more so than the urban counties do. And so supply and demand is real. It doesn't matter whether it's rural Georgia or whatever, and there are a lot of there's not one answer here. There's a lot of them, and it does take working together to do it. And it takes industry coming, like Kubota did, and said, hey, look, we need this. We need them to know how to learn how to stand up for 8 hours and weld. You can't weld sitting down. So.
How, y'all did a pretty in-depth marketing campaign over the last year, roughly a year. How has it helped identify individuals? Has there been a good reception to that?
It's been huge. I think that's the reason why our population's going up. People didn't know the technical college, and a lot of them still don't know the technical college exists. In fact, that's why we were given the marketing campaign. Judges were going through, and I think you might have been on the same panel, we're going through judging for our student of the year, and every single student, they ask the question, why are you're 25, 26, why are you just now coming to the technical college? They'd never heard of it. They had never heard of the technical college. And, when you think about, well, sure, students ought to know about they don't know about us. And so, it has definitely helped tremendously. We see it, we hear it, and I'll tell you a story. My mother's 84 years old, spent her whole life in education, okay? She saw a commercial, and she said, is that what you do? I said, yes, ma'am, that's what I do. I think another piece, I'm going to drop back a second on supply and demand. I think another piece is that we've really made a very streamlined focus so that our colleges know that we are a technical college. We're not a community college. Yes, we have academics called skill level. You have to have those academics. You've got to have math, you've got to have some science, you've got to have some communication skills. But we've made it very clear to our colleges, we are technical colleges. That is what we do. And our presidents were, I think, very happy to hear that. But we took that question off the board as to what we are, what our role is in Georgia is to provide a workforce. And that's what we're working toward.
I think one of the most encouraging things we've heard was in Elberton from a lady named Andrew Daniels.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
not sure if you're familiar with her. She's with
I
the
am.
technical college. And she had a 6-week program that was real successful. And what do I need to do to get that in my technical schools?
We're a system, so it's nothing but a fact that technical college pick it up and do it. It's there. Nobody has proprietary use of it, so just a matter of fact of the technical college saying we want to put that in.
Well, we desperately need it. Can you
Okay.
push it?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Well, it was a great thing. Thank you for having us over there. Huh?
You call them, they're gonna do it.
Well, I've already asked, and they said they were designing their own, so.
So
Amy, go ahead.
I think that there are a lot of great things happening and a lot of stuff going in the right direction. I think from business perspective, soft skills is a real issue, and I'm talking about not only in the system, I mean, that's a big challenge, but even those that are out of the system, already either dropped out of school or graduated high school but never gone on to post-secondary, and they're using the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act. We owe $1, right? And one of the challenges with that is that you can get technical training, but you can't get soft skills training with that money. So it's very prescriptive about how it can be used and not used. And so if there are limits, and it makes it somewhat challenging. The other piece that Matt alluded to is helping create awareness about the opportunities all the way down, that it's not just, a 4-year degree is not the only pathway, but making sure that it's communicated that there's opportunities all the way, at multiple levels of education, not just a four-year degree. And I think that's critically important. And part of that is helping students understand what path is best for them, which takes intention and time and people. And so it's hard to do that in an automated format, I guess.
We have a lot of money that's been put in workforce development that has been moved over to technical schools, so maybe you can get some of that money and you can teach soft skills with the workforce development money. Thank you.
Comment a while ago about soft skills starting early in kindergarten or first grade. And I totally agree with that. The problem I have heard and seen firsthand is that when those things are not reinforced in the home, so it's almost we've got to drop back and catch the parent to reinforce that and then move forward with helping the kids further understand. And I don't know what the silver bullet for that is.
Yeah, I'm afraid there is no silver bullet, but I think, I know some schools, and I believe Savannah Chatham County falls in this category, in the early years include parent training along with the teacher, the student. And I don't have all the details on that, but I know I have been involved in a number of discussions along the exact lines of your point, and especially when you've got a single parent, and so I'm not the expert on it, but I know there is a recognition out there that we've got to figure out how to bring the parents in as part of that.
Very good. Question? Yes, sir.
If I can add something to that, I think one of the things from a K-12 standpoint, we almost got to shift how we define parent engagement. I think many of us, grew up in a setting where, and it still happens today, donuts with dads and muffins with moms and PTA meeting and all of those things are fantastic. As a former high school principal, we kind of got away from all of those things. In fact, we identified 5 things that we wanted parents to do, and none of them had to do with you coming to the building. We wanted parents to create a routine for their kids every morning. As a high schooler, parents maybe can't control whether you go to school or not. They can control whether you leave their house. So if the bus is coming at 7:30, parents, what we need you to do at 7:15, make your child leave. Hopefully he or she will end up in school. We also talked about, the whole cell phone and technology piece. And again, this is, 12, 15 years ago when I was a principal. We work with our parents with the goal of at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 9:30, whatever, go into your child's bedroom and take all their cell phones. Take all of their technology, forcing them to actually go to bed, those sort of things. I think those are the sort of things when we talk about parent engagement, whether they come to the school or not, we totally just got away from that conversation. So I think those are the sort of things that from a K-12 standpoint, I think we can do a better job of. Because what we're doing, even though the parents may not realize it, we're sort of teaching the parent, sort of a backhanded way of doing it, but we're engaging the parents on how they should engage their kids. And I think we in the school systems can do a much better job of that.
Yeah, this is actually one of the things that we're, so part of the Momentum Year approach is actually to surround students with a successful team, and that team really involves their parents and other people around them too. But I think, there's been too much play in college about helicopter parents and how undesirable they are. I'll tell you, I'll take helicopter parents any day of the week. I would much rather that parents are really interested and involved in their students' education than that somehow they're not and they're disengaged. I wanted to kind of pick up a little bit about about this pipeline, about really thinking about high school students, but thinking about adults as well. We actually have just completed a really detailed study of the workforce pipeline in South Georgia, and actually I think I'm due to come back and give a much more detailed talk about that report at I think the December meeting of this group. But one of the things that really comes out there is that if you track the population of South Georgia out over the next decade, there's not enough high school students to be able to meet the workforce needs of South Georgia. And so, yes, it's the case that we need to do a better job of educating those students. Yes, it is the case we want to do a better job of improving the attainment of those high school students. But we have to find ways to be able to re-engage adults who have already either begun college and dropped out and gone a different way, or, as Matt said, when they graduated high school, they didn't go to college for whatever reason, and now are looking back to come back later, and all of and everything in between. Ways in which we really can engage adults in educational experiences really across their lifetimes, not only in this kind of just only when they walk out of high school. I think this is a serious issue for us to undertake.
Our colleges that are losing, dropping in enrollment are in cities that are losing population. The high schools are, you know, you see it there, you see it in all the schools, and it's, you know, there's not jobs there for whatever reason. The population's not there. We see it dropping. With our average age being what it is, they're adults coming to us, but a lot of them have spent, you know, the year since high school. You see them around town. They have minimum wage jobs, and then 25 or 26, you know, it hits them. I can't make a living doing what I'm doing. They've got to get something different, and they start looking, and you know, we've got a different kind of student for the most part. Now, you know, with health systems being our #1, that's more of our traditional student line. Cybersecurity is more of a traditional line, but the rest of our jobs, it's really a non-traditional student that comes in differently. We've got programs, when you talk about soft skills, we've got a welding program up in North Georgia that can teach 105 a class period, 3 full-time teachers in there, and every student clocks in and clocks out, just like they do on the job site, and they're on their feet the whole time. And you know, when you talk about the soft skills they have to learn, that's how we teach it a lot of times, by doing. And it takes consistency, it takes persistence, and it takes knowing what the workforce really needs in order to fulfill that. And it's tough. I spent the majority of my career in K through 12, and I just, you know, every time you bring something in, something goes out. So what goes out? You know, you have to make that decision. There's only so many hours a day. This is important, absolutely. How do you integrate it without taking something out? You know, how do you do that? And how do you fulfill it? You know, we have them 180 days a year, 6-7 hours a day. How do you do that? And it does involve the parents. The most successful have been working with the parents at that age to teach some skills there, because the skills aren't there either. I mean, that's what we see a lot of times. So.
Questions from our council members?
I feel like this needs to be said at every meeting we've had. And this may not necessarily fit into this segment, but entitlement reform. We hear a little bit about it. You'll hear people kind of glaze over the topic of entitlement reform, but nobody ever really wants to just dig down deep and get into the meat of it. But sitting here listening to talking about supply and demand and skill set, you know, and thinking about entitlement reform, a hungry person, their skill set picks up dramatically when they're hungry. And for some reason, the thought of a person trying to catch a rabbit to eat, he's a lot faster than a man is not hungry. He's smarter than that rabbit when he's got to get out there and outwit him and catch him to survive. And I just think that goes along with what Miss Penny said about being on drugs. Where are these people getting money to buy drugs if they ain't got a job? I knew a few drug dealers when I was younger, and they wasn't nothing they sold free. They was out there selling it on the street. They'd be in jail 1 week, but they'd be out a couple of months later selling drugs again. So how are they buying drugs with no money? I can't figure out in my mind how we're sitting in here trying to solve problems that almost seem clear about how to get people back in the workforce. But I don't know where they get it, but they're there. And we're spending a lot of time trying to figure out how to get them to raise their kids and get back in the workforce.
Reverend Nimmer a while ago, now we got Elmer Fudd, so. But you dead on.
I think that's on the agenda tomorrow,
Yeah,
11:35.
we'll have a discussion about
Here.
that. All right, any other comments, questions? Let's give our panel a round of applause. Thank y'all. All right, any questions or comments from the council before we break for the evening? If not, just, if you're wanting to eat supper tonight, you need to be sure to, be loaded on the bus outside the hotel at 6 p.m. It's a little bit of a ride to get to where we're going, but, counting on everyone being there and being on time. And other than that, unless my co-chair has anything, we are adjourned.